This society will always be as a drunken of the wine. Controlling all the senses for understanding great divine. I will send fire to this land.
Okay, peace, and blessings. This is your brother Gabar, and this is I Am Fit Podcast, Men Going God's Way edition. May the Most High keep you and bless you. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Welcome to all. Let me bring in my co-host, Brother Ricky. Shalom, Brother Ricky. How are we doing today?
Shalom, Meldo. Doing well. How everybody doing? Shalom.
Great. So we're going to be having a discussion. You know, last week we had a discussion about are we still under the curse of Deuteronomy 28? And I think the conclusion is yes to some, no to others. Which things are still bad because Christ is not here. There's so much we have to endure outside of the curses of 28. We also have to deal with the fall of man, you know, the curse that came to Adam, right? To the sweat of your brow you will work. Curse be the ground that you walk on. You're going to lose dominion over the earth. Your wife is not going to respect you, look at you the same way she did. And we're going to go back to, you know, there was so much discovered into that conversation because it's one of these things that we realize our problem is much greater than Deuteronomy 28. It's really started with Adam. You know, God created Adam with a wicked heart, so we cannot avoid that, even if we wanted to. Even if Deuteronomy 28 was never written, we would still have that issue that God created Adam with that wicked heart. So these are the things we have to overcome. So today we're going to be discussing specifically the curses of or what God prophesied about the daughters of Zion in Isaiah chapter 3. So we're going to go into that, but then we're going to, you know, kind of see, are we still under these curses? Are we delivered from these curses through Christ? I believe we can be, but are we? Because, you know, I have had many conversations with women that were baptized in the name of Christ and still are dealing with all these kind of issues. So the question is does the grace of God, does the grace of Christ deliver you from these issues? And I think the answer from what I have experienced is no, if you do not put in that work. Even Christ was not able to bless some people or deliver some people from their curses or their diseases because of their unbelief, right? He could not do much work there because in that area there was many unbelievers. So to receive the blessings of the Most High God, it has to be a two-way street. It's you have to put in your part. It's not like magic that you say, you know, some spells, like a prayer, and then you heal from whatever issues you're dealing with. First of all, you have to have faith. Second, you have to apply those things, and you have to, you know, it's not like these inordinate affections are just simply going to go away when you just praying it away. You have to put in that work. You have to separate yourself from the people that are bringing negativity. You may have to change your phone. You may have to change your environment. You may have to change your friendship and the people that are around you. You have to put yourself around positive people, people who keep you accountable. That's work, and that's how you free yourself from any ignorant in feelings and emotions, right? So I want to go into, in particular, on the subject matter that we're talking about today. So let's touch on the scriptures, right? What scripture are we talking about? The particular subject matter starts at verse 16. But as people that know me, I like to overset the stage, right? What was going on at that time in Israel, right? The book of Isaiah is the prophecy of Israel when they were in the land of Israel, and Isaiah was warning them that the Babylonians are going to come and take the temple and destroy the land if they do not repent. So every single time God is about to move on Israel or move on a nation, but specifically in Israel, he warns them first. He gives them a chance to reverse these prophecies every single time. From the time of the Babylonians, from the time of the Assyrians that took the northern tribe, God sent prophets to them to warn them as well, 70 AD and now. And all those examples were, I would say, previews on the final warning, the final judgment that's going to come upon the earth to bring forth, judgment, right? So we're going to go into the scriptures, right, and touch on what's going on today with these curses. Are they still among us? And these curses and these conversations is not to make people upset or afraid or concerned or negativity. The word curse or curses has a negative condescending to it. It's not one of these things that it's a positive thing, right? Who wants a curse? Who wants to talk about a family curse or a curse of a nation, right? So let's have these discussions, right? So this is right before Israel going to war. God is warning the tribe of Judah, or the nation of Judah, specifically the southern tribe, which was made up mostly of Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. There was some northern tribe with the southern tribe, but predominantly was Judah, Benjamin, Levi, right? So this is what Isaiah is telling Israel, or God is telling Israel through Isaiah. So let's read verse 1 of chapter 3 of the book of Isaiah.
Isaiah chapter 3, verses 1. For behold, the Lord of hosts, doth take away from Jerusalem and from Judah the stay and the staff, the whole stay of bread, and the whole stay of water, the mighty man, the man of war, the judge, the prophet, and the prudent, and the ancient, the captain of 50, and the honorable man, and the counselor, and the cunning artificer, and the eloquent orator. And I will give children to be their princes, and babes shall rule over them.
So let's stop right here, right? Because we're focusing obviously on the curses going down to verse 16, which talks about the daughters of Zion are haughty, right? But this is also interesting that we're not focusing on the importance of these prophecies, right? The Most High is going to take away the mighty man, right? And how that happens? How's the mighty men among us, right? Because when you look at all the tough guys, they're all in jail, right? They're non-existent, right? The feminization of our men, right? Not only in our community, but in the entire nation of America, because they have done statistics that young men today cannot even pass the military physical requirements to even join the military. Like 80% of young people, war ready, military ready, age ready, military ready individuals cannot even pass the physical, right? I think you got to do like 10 chin-ups. I think you have to do like X amount of push-ups and whatever it may be. They cannot pass that. So we are, as a nation, not only as a group of people, as the tribe of Israel, because this particular prophecy is associated with Israel, but we could see that when they come for Israel, it's like a net. they spread the message, and they would kill 100 of them to kill 1,000 of us. Although the message is to destroy Israel, there is residual damage that other people get caught up with these curses and these issues too. Like, for instance, they in the 90s, and there's been many conversations that the powers that be knew that hip hop and gangster rap and gangster hip hop would destroy the mind of the youth, and that the population or the popularity of hip hop would also increase the population of the justice system, right? Jails. And they understood that those things were correlated, were connected, and they still did it anyway. But then what's happening now, what was focusing particularly on black and brown youth, right? Now it's spilling over into the suburbs, because now white kids want to be gangsters and white kids want to be whatever. You understand what I'm saying? And Chinese kids and all the other kids and so forth, so on. But they started this degeneracy, these gangster rap and women shaking their butt in the nightclubs. They started to destroy us. That was to focus on the black youth, black and brown youth in the cities and the black and Latino communities. But now it's affecting the entire nation, right? Because this particular scripture can not only fit Israel, but can also fit America, what's going on today, right? But America is also receiving the damage that Israel is getting now, right? Now you have people, the problems that we have always been, the problems that always were associated with us, now it's spreading into other communities, right? So let's continue reading. The mighty man of war, the judges, right? The prophets, right? The prudent and the ancient, right? The respectful people in our community. We don't have any role models. We don't have any men that are example for the nations that we look up to, and they set the nation straight. Every nations need that. Every nation needs heroes and role models to look up to, right?
Right.
The captains of 50, the honorable men, right? The counselors. What happened to these men? What happened to these people that we could go to, right? Let's continue reading. Verse 4.
Isaiah chapter 3, verse 4, and I will give children to be their princes, and babes shall rule over them.
Right. So you're going to have inexperienced novices in position of authority over the people of Israel, which are known today as the black and brown people here in America, right?
Right.
Let's continue reading.
And if anybody need any help seeing the realization of what the scripture is saying, think about the Democratic Party. What's her name? AOC, Alexandra Cortez. She's
Right.
Israel, and she's a novice. She was just a simple behind waitress. They grabbed her, built her up, and now she's over the people, but she don't know nothing. But she's been built in and been built on the principles of the fallacies of what the Democratic Party is trying to do.
Right,
So
right.
that's just another thing.
And I think Malcolm X said this, that only in the black community you have entertainers as our leaders, right? You have actors and athletes are usually become the people that we look up to. But when you look into other racial demographics, their leaders are actually experts in that field, right? And we have entertainers and rappers as our leaders or image, right? Because all of this, when Isaiah was talking about the mighty men of war, the counselors, the artifacts or artifactors, right? These are the people that are the best of our community. Because in every community, we're supposed to look for the geniuses, the high achievers, and put them in the front of the line to represent the nation. Make them famous. Make them the example of the people, not the wretched, most undesirable, less educated individuals, and put them in front of a video and say this is what represents this community. They do this deliberately, but what's happening is that we are calling these curses to mind, like we mentioned in Isaiah. Deuteronomy chapter 30, that when God spread us out into the four corners of the world, that we're gonna call these curses to mind, these laws, these prophecies unto mind, and then we're gonna turn back into the Most High God. And then eventually God is going to bring us to our land, and the curses that he put upon us, he's going to start putting it upon the children of man, right? Our enemies. So, hold on 2 seconds. Okay. Okay, perfect. So what's going on here? What is the issue that we need to talk about and address? Is that these curses, we cannot ignore. We have to constantly read them to remind ourselves we still acting and demonstrating these curses on our everyday life. Are we doing this? If I'm part of the problem, right? And there's the reason why when you have a system that is pushing a particular individual, that individual has to say to itself, to himself or herself, if I'm the best representation for my people, and only one who is honest and is self-aware of their abilities or handicaps will be able to actually say that to themselves and honestly have that conversation with yourself. And you got to sometimes ask yourself, like Cortez, are you being pushed, Cortez, because you're the best qualified Latina woman in that position? Are you the best person, or they're pushing you because they know you're not the best person, right? They know you used to be just a bartender. You don't have any experience in politics and so forth, so on. You're a naive young lady, right? And these are conversations we have to have ourselves, right? So let's continue reading, because it's going to give more highlight in what's going on. And just a reminder, right? These are reminders. We haven't even got into what's going on with the women of Daughters of Zion yet. This is all dealing with issues that's happening within the nation of Israel, right? So verse 5.
And the people shall be oppressed, every one by another, and every one by his neighbor. The child shall behave himself proudly against the ancient, and the base against the honorable.
Isn't that what's going on today? Young people
Yes.
don't respect the older generation. I remember when we were young kids and we were like goofing around, and an older lady comes in our midst. We walk around, we stop goofing around, right? We let her pass. Good morning, Miss So-and-so, right? Are you guys, staying out of trouble? Yes, Miss So-and-so. She walks around, and when she leaves, we go back to goofing around, right? We at least respected the ancient. Now, these young kids don't even acknowledge the older generation. They just, treat them and act, and there's no change in vocabulary. How they express themselves towards people of older age, and there's no respect for older people anymore. Right.
I remember when the gangsters in the street, they'll beat a kid up if they seen any disrespect towards the elderly. Mm-hmm. What happened to that?
Right. You don't deal with moms and you respect the elderlies and so forth, so on. You don't even gangsters used to have that, not anymore, right? Let's continue.
3 and 6. When a man shall take hold of his brother of the house of his father, saying, Thou hast clothing, be thou our ruler, and let his ruin be under thy hand. In that day shall he swear, saying, I will not be an healer, for in my house is neither bread nor clothing. Make me not a ruler of the people.
So what this means that even men are not going to take the responsibility of the leadership of their community, right? Because back in the days, men were the patriarchs. So every household was governed by a man. So if your brother passes away and he had a house, a wife with children, you take over that house. You take over that responsibility. There were no single women, independent single women. A woman, if she is a widow, she goes back to her father's house or get married to a brother or somebody within the family. She will continue having what you call a hedge over her, a male overseer guiding her life. That's and this is saying that even the men don't want to do that anymore. I don't have nothing to give, man. You have to, just fend for yourself, right? So let's
Right.
continue reading.
And also we gotta also think about the reasons of why, like, the buck breaking, then you go down to when we got out of that stage, the different laws that were put in place, and besides the laws, the way that, because they made things where women could be the hedge, and then think about, on one end, by the world, you're being crucified because you're trying to do good for your people. But then on the other hand, the same people you're trying to do good for, you being castrated by them. So then that
Right,
makes the brother be like, what's the use? It's a
right,
lose-lose situation. So
right, right.
put that in
Absolutely.
perspective.
Absolutely. So let's continue verse 7.
In that day shall he swear, saying, I will not be an healer, for in my house is neither bread nor clothing. Make me not a ruler of the people. For Jerusalem is ruined, and Judah is fallen, because their tongue and their doings are against the Lord, to provoke the eyes of his glory. The shew of their countenance doth witness against them, and they declare their sin as Sodom. They hide it not. Woe unto their soul, for they have rewarded evil unto themselves.
So we are no longer ashamed of our, our lust, desire, our sin, right? When you used to have a sin, something you used to be that was considered to be wrong, you hide it, right? You hide your addiction to whatever. You didn't tell people you did this or you did that. Now people are proud, right, of their body count, especially women. It doesn't matter how many men I slept with, and that doesn't matter. You're insecure, and they take pride of it, and they'll turn it back on you, right? Like there's something wrong with you because you don't want to marry a woman who used to be a OnlyFans hooker prostitute, but now she changed her life, and you know, uh, you should not, judge her for what she did, last year or whatever, right? So these are things that happen all the time, and now there's no shame of it, right? There's no longer embarrassment, right? Let's continue
Right.
reading.
Right. There used to be a time where even for those who did things in the dark, they made sure those things stayed away from their parents. It stayed away from the limelight of the world, as
Right.
far as embarrassment and shame. And now it doesn't matter if you embarrass your mother or your father. It doesn't matter, period, these days.
It doesn't matter. Yep, absolutely, absolutely. Let's continue.
All right. Isaiah chapter 3, verse 10. Say ye to the righteous that it shall be well with him, for they shall eat the fruit of their doings. Woe unto the wicked, it shall be ill with them, for the reward of his hand shall be given him. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to error, and destroy the way of thy paths.
So let's continue reading.
Isaiah 3 and 13. The Lord standeth up to plead, and standeth to judge the people. The Lord will enter into judgment with the ancients of his people and the princes thereof, for ye have eaten up the vineyard. The spoil of the poor is in your houses. What mean ye that ye beat my people to pieces and grind the faces of the poor, saith the Lord God of hosts.
So we're still under these conditions, right? We are conquered people. We have women ruling over us, passing, I think even college graduates within our community are usually women, not the men. Men, are tapping out. They're tapping out of marriage. They're tapping out of relationship. They're tapping out of the workforce. They just don't want to engage and buy a house, get a wife. The so-called American dream. They're tapping out, right? But I truly believe these are residual damages that they were targeting us, but it affected them as well, right? Because yes, in the 80s, you had the CIA involved with drug transporting drugs into our ghettos, right? There's been many books written about it, documentaries, movies written about it. There's a movie called Don't Kill the Messenger. The CIA was heavily involved in helping drug dealers get their drugs. Ricky Ross, right, the actual drug dealer, admitted that, and so forth, so on, right? But now they were targeting us, right? Like in the movie The Godfather, right? When they were talking about and began to tap into the drugs scenario, because the mob were not really big on drugs. They were against drugs in particular. They didn't want us to deal with it and things of that nature. They were mostly, dealing with gambling, or they were more give me a cut of your business and I'll protect your business kind of scenario.
The bootlegging and moonshiners.
All that, right? But when drugs became so profitable, we have to tap into the drug game. They said, who are we gonna sell it to? And this was in the movie. You say, oh, sell it to the N-words, sell it to the black people. They use other colorful words, but that's it was known that it was never targeted to people in the suburbs. End up in the suburbs, right? Now drugs is affecting all Americans, right? But it was targeting people of Israel, the people that are in the worst condition in America, the people that are, generational curses, all kinds of red tape and Jim Crow eras and so forth, so on. Yeah, give it to those people. But now everybody's getting addicted to the same drugs it was targeting for us, right? But we're still struggling with these issues as well. It's still residual outcome of the drug epidemic and so forth, so on, right? So let's continue reading.
Isaiah 3:16. Moreover, the Most High saith, because the daughters of Zion are haughty, and walk with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go, and making a tinkling with their feet. Therefore, the Lord will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion, and the Most High will discover their secret parts.
So what does this mean, right? The crown of a head, of course, the hair, it's always been an issue within the African American woman population. I believe this particular curse is self afflicted, because black women, they are pressured very early on by their mothers to straighten their hair and put these chemicals on their hair. So when they start young and they already putting these chemicals in their hair, they do not allow the hair to develop organically and naturally. And then by the time they're in their 20s, they have been putting chemicals in their head since they were young ladies, little girls. So by the time they're adults, their hair is so damaged now, they have no choice. If they say, you know what, I want to go all natural, I want to maybe grow a little curly afro, and maybe, and there's way naturally to style your hair differently. If you want it more wavy versus more curly, right? But if you have a rich hair, follicles that are healthy, you're gonna have your hair long. It's gonna grow. But if you've been putting chemicals on your hair since you was 3 or 5 years, and you have some mothers putting these chemicals as young as 6 7 years old, right? By the time you get to adults, your hair is not going to be, the follicles are not going to be healthy, right? So these curses are now so afflicted, right? I believe in slavery because black women having so much stress, their hair used to fall out, right? That's part of a thing that it happens due to time of slavery or a high stressful environment, right? So I can understand then, right? And I'm not saying that, women are not going through stress now, but I believe a lot of these curses smite the scalp of your crown or the head. And this is also talking about their respectful position on the earth, right? Because if these women were the daughters of Zion, right? And it was considered the daughters of Zion, and they were called the daughters of Zion, is because the daughters of Zion were something that were supposed to be an example for all the women, right? The daughters of Zion are supposed to be the models, the example, the what to aspire for. Young ladies aspiring to, I want to be like the daughters of Zion, right? And this is what people of color need to understand. We are the trend setters. We set the trend. We have that power. So it doesn't matter what we do. It affects the trend of the world. And the Gentiles has figured out a way to destroy us, the people, even as a people in our, lower state. We're still going to make a style out of our oppression. We're going to make poverty look cool. We're going to make speaking broken English as cool. We're going to make, you get what I'm saying? We make poverty look style and cool, and everybody else wants to be like us, right? And you even have kids that grew up in well-to-do communities, right? Well, a father and a mother in a household, and he gets attractive to the other side of the fence. Well, I want to go where the hood is at. I want to go where the poor people are at because they're the cool people. There's no other community that glorifies the worst of their community as being the cool kids in the class, so to speak.
Yeah.
We're the only one to do that. Every other society shuns their community. They shun the people that are the not not the best representation of their community. They put them away. They don't put them in the front street, right? So let's continue reading.
Isaiah 3:18. In that day, the Lord will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments about their feet, and their coals, and their round tires like the moon.
Now, the Most High says that He would discover her secret place, her secret parts. When her secret parts, it was a idiom, an Israelite idiom, meaning discover your tricks, discover how you operate, discover how expose your lies. That's what it's talking about, right? Let's continue reading. And it says, in that day, the Lord will take away thou braiding of their tinkling ornaments, right? And it talks about, well, keep reading. Read that again. I'm sorry.
No problem. In that day, the Most High will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments about their feet, and their coals, and their round tires like the moon. The chains and the bracelets and the mufflers, the bonnets and the ornaments of the legs, and the headbands and the tablets and the earrings. Going down to 21.
Right. And all this is talking about our women used to always look their best. And you never show their shame. They always used to cover up, dress with dignified apparel. Um, they, all this, of course, is talking about, status symbol. He's going to take away all the status symbol of our women, right? The jewelry, the nose, the ring, the nose jewelry, all that's going to be removed, and they're going to be known as something else, right? Let's continue reading.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just so you know, sisters, the Arabs and who's the other group? Yeah, the Arabs. Because just like you watched the movie Aladdin, Prince of Boo Boo and all that crap,
Mm-hmm.
the way that they wear their clothes like half naked, they got their style from Israel and then they slutted it out. And that's all they did. But the stuff with like the head wars, like the girl Angel Reese, she wore to when she got drafted, they got that from ancient Israel.
Right.
So yes, that's y'all.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Exactly. Let's continue reading.
All right. 3 and 21, the rings and the nose jewels, the changeable suits of apparel, and the mantles and the wimples, and the crisping pins, the glasses, and the fine linen, and the hoods, and the veils. And it shall come to pass that instead of sweet smell, there shall be a stink, and instead of a girdle, a rent, and instead of well set hair, baldness, and instead of a stomacher, a girding of sackcloth, and burning instead of beauty. Thy man shall fall by the sword, and thy mighty in the war, and her gates shall lament and mourn, and she, being desolate, shall sit upon the ground.
So, why is the mighty man not going to be, destroyed or fall by the sword in the war? Because the Most High is going to take away the mighty men, right? And she's going to lament. And this is what I tell women now. It is now the time for you to get yourself male protection. Whether it be a husband, whether it be you put yourself under a church that is run by men, right? If you have righteous men in your family, get under them. Now is not the time for you to be a single woman and be desolate in the gates and lamenting, right? This is not, because this is what is going to happen, right? This is what's going to happen. So let's go a little bit, right? I want to go a little bit into what are now psychiatrists, what people within that field in regards of dealing with human, women nature. Let me just address this real quick. Let me just put this right here. Do this right here and adjust this and boom, perfect. Okay. So let's go into what is out there, because a women's still dealing with these curses. A women's still dealing with these issues. And how can we address it in the body of Christ, right? Because I believe this is still going on within our community. Even last night I was having a conversation with a lady who used to be part of the church. Now she's not. She linked up with some guy. There's a baby now involved. They're having all kinds of issues. And it became a scenario that when you speak to women about relationship, they never tell you the full truth. They never tell you what they did wrong. They never tell you what they need to change. There's always a scenario, or they always break it down in a way that it's never their fault, right? It's something out of their control, right? They don't want to ever take accountability for their actions, right? So let's hear this. She's a psychiatrist, and it says never, the title of this video, it says never believe a female story in her marriage, right? Fair use.
I talk about in my videos how as women we manipulate, we gaslight, we shame, we make men wrong and bad. A couples counselor has no training to understand those dynamics and has that bias toward the woman to believe her stories and believe what she is bringing forward. Over the years and working with women in marriage and relationships for almost 10 years, I have been trained, very strongly trained by my mentor, to never believe a woman's story in her marriage.
You heard that? Never believe a woman story when it comes to marriage. Not most of the time, not half the time, all the time. Never believe. Because this is much greater than just morality. Like, oh, there's some good women, there's some bad women, yada, yada, yada. And I'm not saying that that's not possibly true. But I think even good women are suffering from this mental illness that they have of lack of accountability. It's just something where women struggle with, whether they're good women or bad women. All women struggle with this. The good women try to not do it, but it's part of the DNA. This is my belief. And because the reason why I believe that's the case is because I think women are physically weaker than men. So they have to figure out a way to overcome a man through intellect, through words, speak. Because a man is physically stronger than her. So a woman developed like a survival technique to just always make her look like the victim because she had realized when she victimized herself, men always come to help her. So when she's dealing with something, when she needs help from a man, she's going to verbalize it in a way that's going to put her as the victim and that someone else as the victimizer. That is part of their DNA. They're part of they don't, it's hard for them to turn that off, so to speak, right? Fair use.
I cannot tell you the amount of times that I have gotten sucked into a woman's story because we are so convincing. We are so manipulative. We know how to dramatize and exaggerate the circumstances and experiences in the marriage to suck someone in.
And this is not women bashing, women that we're not here because we hate women and we're bitter man. I've been happily married for 30 years. I'm good. This is not who hurt me. This is actually seeing what's going on because I have a wife, I have a daughter, I have women in my life. I see women, how they operate, and I realize that not all, to be fair, but a large portion of them, a good majority of them are dealing with these issues, right? Even women that are supposed to be in the body of Christ are dealing with these issues, right?
To feel sorry for us, to validate us in our victim story, and have even really no awareness to question that story from a woman and try to understand, well, what would the husband say, or what's his experience, so what's his side of the story. And we bring that into therapy. So like I said, I can't tell you how many times over 10 years that I got sucked into a woman's story, and my mentor had to help me break through my cognitive dissonance and get back to the fundamental truth that I know. I've gotten so much better. It's very rare that happens now, but it can still happen because we are so convincing. It's just like, it would almost be blasphemy to not believe some of the things a woman says. And, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry you have to, that's terrible. Maybe he's not a good man. We are so convincing.
Right. And watch out with women when they are accusing their boyfriend or their husband or significant other. There's something wrong with him. I don't know what's wrong with him, elder. And then there's always something strange. And they always want to psychoanalyze their husband. I think, he didn't have a good relationship with his mother, or his father abandoned him. It's always they become an expert now in human development in regards of their husband, but somehow they cannot see those issues within themselves, right? So we have to be very careful when women come to you with these stories in regards of their husbands. And a man should not be talking to another woman, husband, another woman, another man's wife, right, without they knowing about it, right? And that happens a lot. You should be calling that man and say, hey, brother, listen, your wife is going through this. What I do, I usually gather as much information and tell the man what is this woman's really, because if you stop it too soon, you're not going to really know what's the purpose of that phone call. So you let the woman speak, and then you get the man's husband the number or information, and you tell him, this is what you're dealing with, brother. Because a brother may be thinking everything is fine, and you got this woman plotting against him. And they bring it in other men, other people around their circle to tell them, this is what he's doing to me. This is what's happening, yada, yada, yada. And it's usually, be careful when women say, I'm afraid of my husband, so don't tell him because he's going to hurt me or say something, yada, 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 blah, 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 and so forth, so on. Right? And because they want to isolate you and they want to create a narrative that he's a dangerous wild card. Be careful. Be careful, be careful, be careful, be careful, right? Fair use.
Also had the pleasure over the years where I've worked with a woman. She has a strong story of her husband and how he can be aggressive or controlling and a narcissist. And she paints this story. And then I've had the pleasure to actually meet her husband. I meet them and it's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe she has this story of this man, because they're the typical good man, just loves their wife, is caring, is confused about how they're always wrong and can't be right. And when I meet the husband, it doesn't add up at all with the woman's story of him. So therapists are not trained to break through the stories of a woman. And because they're already biased, they already have that gender bias to believe and take on the perceptions of the woman and have that prejudice towards men, they get sucked in. And here's the thing, is that the very same tactics we use as women in a marriage to manipulate our husbands and brainwash them to believe they are the problem are the same manipulative tactics that we use to draw a therapist into our story and get the therapist on our side. We're using the same tactics, and then the therapist gets brainwashed into believing the man is the problem. I've had several female clients over the years who very quickly trusted me because I didn't buy into their stories and I called them out on it. I have one client in particular, I will never forget my first conversation with her. She reached out to me. She had this big story about her husband. He never pays me any attention. He doesn't validate me. He doesn't even compliment me ever. He never even says I love you. And she had this whole story, but she was also sharing, but I know I have these behaviors and this is how I show up. And this is a very high powered woman with a very successful business. And she gets done telling her story. And I knew I had to be totally direct with her to gain her trust, to gain her respect. And I told her point blank, the problem is your husband is terrified of you because you are such, pardon my language, because you are such a bitch. And I didn't mean it mean, and I didn't mean it judgmentally. I was just telling it to her straight, and also knowing the own experience of myself as a woman and the women that I had worked with. And her jaw dropped open and I didn't know what was going to come out next. But she just looked at me and she said, thank you. You're 100% correct. She said, I've never, ever had a therapist ever be direct with me and has always let me manipulate them. You're the first person who's called me out. So We have to be called out, women, and we have to see what's really going on. And if there,
And this is so important because we do not know the damage that women can cause, right? Let's look at this video right here. This is a father, 53 years old. And this is what he had to deal with for many years, right? He was accused of a horrific crime by his wife and his ex-wife. And his ex-wife convinced his kids or brainwashed his kids to accuse the father doing something. He was doing something horrific, hurting the kids in a horrible kind of way, sexual kind of way. I don't want use certain words here, but this is what we're dealing with, right? Fair use.
In your lie detector test, you were asked, did you have any sexual contact with any of your 3 daughters? You said no. And the lie detector said there was no deception.
Yes, thank God.
How does that feel for you? And that your daughters know it.
Well, I felt they always did know it.
You felt they always did know it.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't speak it because?
They didn't know no better. They was told no different.
Miss Yvonne took a lie detector test and said, did you make up or exaggerate any stories with the intention to harm Monzel? She responded no, and the answer was deceptive. Then he asked you, did you say something to the effect of, I'm going to make sure you're never happy again? She responded no, and the answer was deceptive. So Miss Yvonne has acknowledged that her story about you touching your children in a sexual way was not true. So Miss Yvonne, is there anything that you wanted to say to Mr. Monzel?
Why didn't you fight for him harder if you knew you didn't do it?
And what?
Did you see what's going on here, folks? And this is what I want women to understand. This is grounded in your DNA. It is hard for you. Like in the same way we read in the Bible, and there has to be some scripture that maybe touch on this. In the same way that God created Adam with a wicked heart, don't you think that Eve also had that wicked heart? And how does Eve operates in that wicked heart? How does she? Well, we men, right? We're lustful. We sometimes get caught up with our lusts and our desires. We prideful. We could acknowledge what is our Achilles heel. We could acknowledge what is our, when we do wrong. But can women acknowledge? And here's a woman admitting that she's lying, admitting that she committed. This is a crime, right? She should be in jail. She should be in handcuffs for this situation. And clearly, this happened a long time ago. This brother's probably not looking for any form of justice like that. He just wants to clear his name. But yet, you got this woman blaming the man, for saying, although I lied on you, saying that you was sexually abusing our children, which was a lie, it's your fault because you should have fought harder. That's why I do not engage with American women. Like I said, I was having this conversation with this sister who was trying to give me a story. And when it all came down, an hour later, she was talking, he's abusive, he's this, he's that, things of that nature. The bottom line, this woman decided to lay with a man who is a Muslim. She's supposed to be a Christian, and she's running around having a relationship with a Muslim and complains that he has another wife. And in the Islam religion, a man could have more than one wife. I think up to 4. And she didn't thought to even have a conversation about that. Right? And the child's now scenario. And everything was fine. You were like, oh, he's the worst ever in the same situation. He cannot see his kid. He can only see his kid with supervised supervision because he told the courts, oh, he's, abusive and yada, yada, yada. Well, when was he abusive? Well, there was one time he choked me up. Well, what was he choking you? What was he, squeezing you? Oh, because I went on his phone. We got into an argument. I got into his face. Oh, okay. So now he's an abusive man because you decide to poke the bear, go on his phone and tell him who is this other woman, yada, yada, yada. He gets upset, shakes you up. Now he's an abusive person and now he needs, supervised visitation with his son. And I told her, I'm not going to make you comfortable in thinking that you could live your life, ruining this man's life, and thinking that you could just give this sob story of this victimization and thinking you're going to get away with it in my presence. You are a monster, masquerading as a victim. And there are multiple women out here just look as innocent and as harmless as a lamb, but they are monsters inside. And for women to enter into the kingdom of heaven, ladies, you got to overcome that, man. That venomous hatred, and you'll be willing to have a man be accused of sexual abuse of this children when you knew that was a lie. And you're turning around and blaming him, right? Fair use.
What is it that he could have said that would have made you not believe the lie you were telling? Miss Yvonne, you told the lie. It was a lie.
And these are the type of women that are in churches, right? These are the women that are the choir, singing to the Lord Jesus, but are demons through hell. These type of women, you think, you see your school teacher, you think she's harmless. She would not do something like this. We have to talk about this. We have to talk about this nature. And until women acknowledge, we have the ability to be the most vicious, vindictive creatures. And once you start acknowledging, then you can start putting some guardrails to protect yourself from yourself. Fair use.
Miss Yvonne, you told the lie. It was a lie, and you told it. And you got to own it.
I'm sorry. I need you to say that you did not rape your girls. I need to hear it come out your mouth the way I've always heard it, Ma.
I apologize for accusing you of raping them. Please forgive me.
You don't have to forgive them.
Man, shaking.
You don't have to.
I cannot accept your apology because it's not sincere. Deep down, I know that you didn't believe that. You knew I had no sexual desires for my children. For 25 years, this thing has broken me. You don't know. It has affected my life in ways I can't even count. The things that you did.
It is horrific that the things that women are not acknowledging. And even this situation, the host had to reel her back into like, wait a minute, no, we're not gonna just bypass that you literally deliberately lied on this man and said that he sexually abused his children when you knew he did it. And these are the conversation we need to have. These are the conversation that we have to constantly remind ourselves, because if we forget about our nature, right? Men, we always have to be focused and on guard on things that could make us fall, right? Let me not go to that bar because I got an alcohol issue. Let me not hang out with this guy because he always tempt me to do sin. Let me not hang out with this cousin. Let me not be, talk to this woman because it could lead to something. We always are self-aware of our shortcomings because we are always being reminded of them by others. And we're okay with that. Women have to start doing the same.
Hey, Elder,
Women,
just
go,
real,
sir.
could you go back to that video and just go to that lady's face?
Absolutely.
The woman that want to bring something out. Not her daughter.
This is not no game. This is these children's lives. And it's just a demon in you that you need to deal with.
Right.
Go back to the mother.
Can I say something?
Let me go back.
For women that don't know how to deal with it.
Okay, start right there. I want everybody to look at this woman. Some of you, that's your grandmother. Some of you, that's your sister, that's your mother, that's your auntie, that's your cousin. Not in a million years would you look at this woman and ever suspect that she would ever lie about anything. Just looking at her, you be like, ain't no way in the world that woman would do anything bad. That's where we have the problem at right there. And so I just want, and the other thing, I think it was about 2, maybe 3 weeks ago, I had said on the broadcast that, many of you need to go to your mother, your grandmother, and you need to have a sit down and have a conversation with them. Make them tell you the truth. You as an individual won't be able to get healed within here if you can't get the truth of what took place in the past. Sometimes the same deceptive measures she used to confuse y'all is the same deceptive measures you may have to use to get the truth out of her. Because the Most High does that. If you want to deceive somebody, he'll use that same deceptive measure in order to reveal you. So I just had wanted to bring that out. So some of you women, hopefully you can use this as a way to find truths, get healed, so you can be a better partner for the man that you would like to have in your life.
And more important, acknowledge that this kind of evil is in you. That this evil, the ability to do these evil things, is in you, and is in all of us. But I think women are in more disbelief. I was like, nah, women are not that evil. No, that's only men doing something like that. Only men could be this malicious. No, women could be, I believe, even more malicious. Because I think it goes back to they're physically weaker than us, so they have to find other clever ways to take us down when they want to take us down. And then I think is something they struggle with. And that's why I tell men, it is dangerous for you to have a child with a woman in America. It is dangerous. It could ruin your life if it goes wrong. So it's not even worth it. For me, I'm not going to judge someone who does it, but I would always say no. I don't think that's a good thing. We're too late in the game. There's too much going on prophetically speaking for us to say, okay, I'm going to deal with this woman that I see signs that is going to potentially hurt me. Because see, what men need to understand, this woman right here, if she's happy with you, she's probably the nicest person ever. If she's getting what she wants out of you, she's probably like the nicest, like Miss So-and-so, her. She's the sweetest person. That's why I tell people, do not judge someone when things are good. Judge someone when things are bad, when you're not getting along, how they treat you, when you are not seeing things eye to eye. How do they respond to you? Do they call you out your name? Do they dismiss you? Do they suck their teeth and they just, you have to bring, you see their goodness, right? And their politeness and their sweetness. But then when they are saying or you saying something or doing something that they disagree, how they change? How do they demeanor? Did they call you out your name? Did they get, quiet and silent? Are they plotting something? You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be manifest, 3 months from now. So all this is very important. All this is extremely important. And we need to discuss all of this, right? I also have a number. I know I had this before. I'm trying it again with Google Voice. So the number is 347-464-8040. If you want to call in, I'll also put the link below to those that want to come in via the link. You're more than welcome to come in that way as well. But we have to have these discussions because this is not here to bash women. This is here to help women and make them aware of this potential demon that is inside of you. You have to first acknowledge it, that it's inside you, this ability to do these wicked acts. First acknowledge, like, yeah, I could do that. Right now everything is fine. But when things are not fine, that demon could come in me and I could be the most malicious person ever. And this woman, right, it took her daughters to be crying, the host to will her back into the subject matter. Like, you just lie on this man that he was a rapist on his own children. That stigma is extremely difficult for someone to. We have let's answer it, I believe. Shalom, brother. Can you?
Chasadava Yashral. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Okay, let me see. Let me see if this is Shalom, brother. You live? Can you hear me? Shalom, brother. Can you hear me?
Hey, shalom. This is Brother Kassad here. I sent you a video. You can check it out before you air it if you like, but it's pertaining to the topic that you're doing today.
Okay. So I think I have it here. I think I emailed it to myself. Let's see if we could get this real quick. Okay, brother, can you still hear me? Kazak?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. You're crystal clear.
And brother Ricky, can you hear the brother Kazak? I'm just curious.
Loud and clear. Yes, sir.
Okay, outstanding.
Great. And
all right.
So
let me play this video. Let me play this video for the audience that you send me, and then you could comment on the video. Fair use.
Period. Look what feminism has done to this country. Why would I want a female president? Why not? Look at what feminism has done to our families. You just talking about men no longer in the family. Yeah, because women are all strong and manly, feeling like they don't need a man no more. How? When they done broke down their sons and got their sons around here talking about they want to be women. The man need to be back in the home. But why did the men leave? Because they spineless. Well, maybe because of Joe Biden's 94 crime bill. Not about George Biden. I'm just saying, we want to talk about Trump all the time not apologizing for the Central Park 5. Let's talk about Joe Biden not apologizing for the 94 crime bill. He never did. How much you want to bet? In fact, he said, I'm not going to apologize. Yes, he did. Right. Okay, super predator. All right. Let's keep going. Yeah. So you believe that? I'm voting for Trump and RFK. Women can't run the country. No, they can't. Women can barely run their house. You hear that? Yeah.
Picture this brother was raised by a woman. And this is what I was trying to tell that sister last night, is that when you raise your child and you do not allow your child to be around the father, he picks up your mannerism. He picks up your outlook. He will get emotional the same way a woman will get emotional, because he doesn't know how to navigate through his emotion like a man. He mimics his mother. right? So these are conversations we need to have. So, Brother Kazak, what you got to add to this conversation in regards of the video you sent?
It's still there.
Right.
They kicked him off. You playing something, Elder?
Absolutely. Brother Rick, you said something. I missed what you said.
Oh yeah, it's dead silence right now. So I don't know if you was playing anything. No one was hearing anything.
Okay, so you're not here. Okay, hold on. Let me put this real quick. Brother Kazak, could you say something real quick? I just want to make sure Brother Rick could hear you.
Oh yeah, it's dead silence right now. So I don't know if you was playing anything. No one was hearing.
Okay, there's a back. Okay, hold on. Let me put this. Brother Ricky, I think that's maybe you can remove me up the background. I think you got the.
Okay. Yep. Microphone check.
No, I got everything muted on my end.
Can you hear, Brother Ricky? Can you hear Brother Kazak?
I think that's. Is he talking right now?
Yeah, he is talking right now. Let me see.
Okay.
I can hear him now.
Check. Microphone check. Can you hear me?
You can hear him now?
Testing.
Yeah.
Now, because I'm trying this something new, it looks like I have to put it on the screen for people to see. Okay. So, Brother Kazak, you were saying.
Do you want me to call in? I mean, not to call in, but you have a
Yeah, the link. I have the link in the description, right on YouTube. You could call in that way. That would probably be helpful. But we could hear you now, Brother Ricky. You could hear him, correct?
I can hear him. I'm just making sure that the chat can hear him.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, so let me call out from the calling number and let me go into the comment section and try and come in that way.
Okay.
But I know that video is very powerful. It's been talked about a lot inside of the community that I'm dealing with the classes that I do. And that video to the end, it is sharing a whole lot. And I really believe that it needs to be brought to the forefront because this woman, she's bringing out a lot of good points. But the guy is coming from a totally different perspective. And for me, it is showing that he's left his position as patriarch of the house, and he's now relying on the matriarchal system now to run its course because he believes that that's now the way to go.
Yeah, because it's becoming it is socially acceptable to say women could do things better than men. Oh yeah, but if men would say, or anybody would say, there's certain things that man could do better, like lead, then we'll have World War III because women could do everything a man can do, and women could do things better than men. It has to be that women are either better or the same. It could never be that men are better than women in certain things or in anything in that scenario. It is a mind control, and this is what I'm trying to bring out, that women cannot beat us physically. They have to beat us psychologically. That's why this is the time to increase, and I'm talking about men, not only increase your biceps, right? Make sure that you physically fit, but also increase your ability to communicate your thoughts. Because women had to, for many years, be better communicators, because they realized that through communicating with men could sway men to go whatever route they want them to go. So communication is key. That's why they call spelling. Why do you spell this word? What does the word spelling means? It's a spell. So you could sway people to go your route and you be able to manipulate them through your words. And that's a skill that men have to start tapping into, because women are mastering these skills, right? And Brother Kazak, I think we could still hear ourselves, because you got us in the background as well.
Do you want me to call in? I mean,
Yeah.
not call in, but you have
the link. I have the link on the.
Yeah, I'll send you the Brother Kazak. I'm not sending you the link via your phone.
You can call it that way. That'll probably be helpful. We can hear you now, Brother Ricky. You could.
Yeah, because I could hear us. Brother Kazak, you got the link. Let me put the link here on the comment section for people can copy and paste, but it's in the comment section as well. So, Brother Ricky, you want to? Yes, please.
For all our beautiful daughters of Zion, just please hear us out. This is more so of a plead to all of y'all, because we are one people. Just the same way as us brethren. We don't sit there and talk about, oh man, our ancestors, they jacked it up for us. No, they didn't. Because guess what? If they jacked up so bad, we'll be doing better right now. We are one people. We're doing the same stupid stuff. We must take accountability for our ancestors, just like we must take accountability for ourselves today. Today is more of a plea. What I'm asking and what we are asking, please hear what's going on. You seen how the mama sat up there with a stone cold face of no regret and say what she said. When Ayanna Van Swift brought it to her attention, she was like, well, he should have fought harder. Wow. Mm-hmm. What we need y'all sisters to really realize is this. If y'all are able to tell the truth to yourself, take accountability and responsibility for the things you have done, even taking accountability for Mama Eve, which we shall get into later on. What I'm going to ask, once you're able to take accountability and say, you know what? I'm pretty jacked up and I need to get it right. Once you can acknowledge it, that demon can no longer hide within you.
Right.
Then you can go to the Most High. You could pray on it. You could call other sisters. You could call a brother and say, hey, I am looking to fast because I am dealing with some demonic mess and I no longer wanted to take part of me. Remember, the Most High said he coming back for a church without a spot or a wrinkle. If you sitting up there holding stuff in, because I want all of y'all to be honest. All of y'all got mothers and grandmothers who have died and taken things to the grave. Some of y'all don't even know your daddy because she lied and told you that your stepdaddy was your real daddy. Some of y'all don't know who you belong to because you was lied to. All I'm asking, please remove your emotions. Emotions are the enemy to facts. Therefore, you're not able to intake the information in order to make the right changes in order to heal so you can move forward in a healthy relationship. Remember, get out of fight and flight. That's not going to help you get into the kingdom of heaven, and it is not going to allow you to have a healthy relationship with any man. I don't care what race he is. So just please hear us out. This is not, because it seems like every time a man says something to a woman is, oh, you tearing us down. You beating on us. You doing this to me. No, we're having a conversation because we want you. We love you. We want you to be better. But if the only thing you could do is put your hands up and say no, then don't worry about it. You won't be able to grow. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
Well, amen. Brother Kazak, if you could unmute your mic, your lives, you could, you were sharing, so continue sharing.
Yeah, the video I found very interesting. Here we have a sister thus making an acknowledgement that there was a problem inside of the household. There's a problem with inside of society. And we see that there's this guy that has been, what's the word I'm looking for? He's been emasculated so much where he no longer wants to take his rightful position as a man in the household. And it sounds like even in society where he's for this whole LGBTQ thing where it teaches the replacement of the male figure in the house. And there are some women that are recognizing that that can't work. It has never worked. And whether or not that this is an actual ploy, okay, by the powers to be to further destroy our communities. And this woman, I think she did a very good job in explaining that whole thing in that video. And that particular video, it brought up a whole lot of different situations that's going on in the household. But that video, it spoke volumes. It really did. I thought it was a real good video.
Yeah, absolutely. Because he was, here's a brother that he's being told by a woman, us women, we're like this, we like that. There's issues here, there's issues there. And instead of him saying, well, let me acknowledge what this woman is saying. After all, she is a woman, right? She's blaming herself or telling others about women nature and why is this not more smart to take a woman and put her in a leadership position, like run the presidency and things of that nature. And this man is getting emotionally offended, going in the same way a woman would get emotionally offended, because mostly men that are in their square and they're intact with their emotions, they will hear somebody out, right? And deal with logic and statistics and history and pattern of evidence, right? This guy's not even hearing it. He's just getting emotionally involved and emotionally offended, right? And that's why I said, I bet you this man was probably raised by a woman, right?
Yeah.
And this is the danger of when women become so overprotective of boys, specifically of boys, and don't allow them to go out with other boys and get rough up and bruises and fall off trees and learn how to navigate life and learn and be around other men, other older men, because I learned from my father more by just watching him do things, work. Sometimes I used to he's doing something in the backyard and I just want to be around him, just watch what he's doing. I don't want anything. I just want to, and I learned more about how he deal with things, versus him sitting me down and teaching me a lesson. I just learned by just watching him. So what women need to understand, that the value of a man just being in the home, just physically being there. He doesn't have to do any lessons. He doesn't have to do any Bible studies. All those things are helpful. Yes. I'm not against those things. But by a man being a good provider, the boy is going to say, okay, that's what it means to be a man. Oh, he's working. Okay, he's talking about money and saving money, and baby, we have to do this and make sure that we do that. And okay, that's how a man's supposed to be, right? So you teach your children more by just simply example, right? If the father's an alcoholic and drinking and cursing all the time and arguing, the kids are gonna be like, oh, that's the way how you have to be as an adult. So kids learn by example. So just by having a good man at the home, and having the boys watching their father operate through life, it speaks volume in regards of life lessons and things that we could take with them, and so forth, so on. And we have to continue, blowing the trumpet, warning the people, because I think we may see this video when we talk about it, but then, we go back to old habits. We go back to our old ways. And we have to kind of sound the alarm, so to speak. We definitely got to sound the alarm. And There are so many men that are suffering silently and not talking about these issues. And they stuck in a marriage with a wife that doesn't respect them, children that don't respect them, right? The dad could be talked to in any kind of way, right? The kids don't even, they make fun. I've seen videos of kids making fun of their own dad and posting that, right? Making this father look like a fool or whatever. And the kids are posing that, making fun of their dad, saying, look how stupid our dad is. Ha, 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 ha. It's like us, man, we could just get kick and kick and kick and kick and kick and kick while we down, and we're supposed to just simply take it. And this is coming from the people that we are protecting and serving and supporting of our own household. And that's what I tell men. If you don't get respect from your own wife, if you don't, you're in a situation, you're a pariah in your own house, and you are someone that you're not even looked up to, looked down to, that's not your home. You have to really examine yourself and where you're going to go in the next 10, 20 years of your life. And my heart goes out to these men that are listening to these type of shows, right? Come across these type of conversation and then kicking themselves in the head because now they got 3 kids, they got the mortgage, they were a wife who never respected them, right? Thought that, okay, if I give this woman what she wants, she wants the house, she'll love me and respect me. Oh, that is enough. If I give her 1 child, she'll love me and respect me. Or I give another child, she'll love me and respect me. Or maybe I should give her a new car, she'll love that. Maybe I could take her to a vacation. And the status that respect would never come. And then they're in their 30s and 40s and sometimes 50 and realize, I'm stuck here. This is the rest of my life. And my heart goes out to those brothers. Because those are the brothers that end up committing suicide. Those are the brothers that end up committing, getting addicted to drugs. Those are the brothers that get caught up getting, doing destructive things because whatever that thing that they are addicted to, that's the only thing that brings them joy in their life. And that's sad. If it's alcohol, gambling, porn addiction, smoking cigarettes is the only thing that you have that brings you joy. You have to re-examine your life. And this is a conversation, and these are things we have to start having because are we still dealing with these curses? Absolutely, we still are. We'll be fools to ignore that and not acknowledge that. We are definitely dealing with these issues in our community. And even after we do get baptized and accept God and accept his son, his only begotten, after we keeping the commandments, we notice these problems are not going away. Now I truly understand when Christ says, he that endures unto the very end, the same will be saved. And these are things we have to converse and have a conversation about because there's a lot of men out there desperately suffering and frustration and, psychological abuse, and we have to free ourselves. Part of the reason why I started Men Going God's Way is to answer, or it was a response to men going their own way. MGTOW. I don't know if you guys ever heard of MGTOW. Anybody heard of MGTOW, what it is and what it represents, basically? Yeah. So MGTOW is an organization called Men Going Their Own Way. And it's basically men that are divorced and lost everything and decided to say, you know what, we're not going to cohabitate with a woman. We're never going to get married. We're not going to have any kids. We're going to just do what we want and go in our own way, keep our money to ourselves. Don't have any more kids. Don't have any more wives. Only use a woman for sex. You could have a girlfriend, but don't cohabitate. It was just a pro-men organization, right? And what happened is when I saw this, I realized we have to create something to combat this because is let me going men going their own way. So let's see if we could find a MGTOW. All right, let's look at this real quick. Let's look at this because this is what's going on. This is what is out there in the ether in regards of men and how they operating. This is the organization. This is the philosophy of MGTOW, going their own way. Fair use.
Their own way is liberating and unplugging men from the matrix. Most men are waking up to reality and don't want to be disposable objects anymore. They are sick and tired of being treated as ATMs, free psychologists, and emotional providers. They were told to do certain things for women, but realized the efforts were useless. It comes to me as no surprise that there's a movement helping men regain their power and fight against the simp and slave mindsets. You're about to know the ultimate definition of MGTOW and just some sample stories that prove that men going their own way are happier than those who still believe in fairy tales. But before we go deeper, let me share the comment of the day. Shout out to Tim Dang. He said, "Thanks, I really need to be reminded of this constantly. I've been going my own way for 1 year since I was 18. I gave up dating because I'm 5'5". Seeing how most women view short guys, even short women view short men terribly, it's understandable why short guys like me don't want to date anymore. I have friends who never cared about dating and stayed single their whole lives, and they live better lives than me. That's how I knew dating is optional and that I don't need to date. I honestly miss how things were before the pandemic. 2019 was the best year of my life, and I should have appreciated the times I had in high school. Back then, things were good. I only ever hung out with people I've known in high school. I know I talk about high school all the time, but it's just that things were so good back then compared to now. Right now, it's like all of the sudden, the dating has gotten a whole lot worse ever since I finished high school when the pandemic ended. I remember a year ago when I made the decision to leave dating behind forever. I didn't know how I was going to live, but then I realized after discovering the red pill and MGTOW is that freedom and doing the things that I enjoy are more important.
Let me. I want to play this particular video. Let me play this video here because this MGTOW or Jordan Peterson is talking about men going their own way, and he gives a greater understanding of this organization, right? And this is the reason why I started Men Going God's Way, right? This is the history, what motivated me, what inspired me, right? Fair use.
Men Going Their Own Way, M.G.G.W. That's a very interesting group to go study. There's lots of them. I don't know how many of them there are, and most of them are older. Many of them are men who've been through a particularly horrifying divorce for one reason or another, and they've had enough of women. So they tell the young men that they're teaching, never have a permanent relationship, never share your territory with a woman, never share your possessions, make sure you never live together, and don't stay with one long enough to enter a common law relationship because you will be stripped of everything that you have. Well, that's a hell of a thing to be telling people, but what's happened is that the female has been manifested in their life only as the negative archetype, and they've got that confused with all women. And that's partly, you got to ask yourself, if you know the mythological stories, maybe if you made the right sacrifices, you wouldn't have so much trouble with women. It's a good question to ask yourself first. And I would also say, if you're a woman who has trouble with men, or you're a man who has trouble with women, it's not the women and it's not the men, it's you. Because the women are telling you what's wrong with you, and the men are telling you what's wrong with you. And if you don't listen, then it's you. It's either you or all men. Well,
right. So what is MGTOW, right? Is an organization that I came across, I think, in 2016, 2004, about 10 years ago, give or take, or less, maybe 9 or 8. And I realized that organization was very attractive to me as a happily married man. Like, you know what? I could see how can this thing get traction. Don't marry a woman, don't cohabitate, focus on your self-growth, focus on yourself. Be selfish. Don't spend your money on other women. Don't spend your time consulting other women. Don't cohabitate longer than a year, or don't live with a woman at all. They were okay dealing with prostitutes. There's not it's not a Christian organization. It is a pro men organization, right? And I said, you know what? I have to create something to combat that, because if I was not a God believer, I would be down with MGTOW. I would be man going God's way. I'm already selfish as it is as an individual. I'm already have that in me. See, in the same way as I was telling women that they should be self-aware of their shortcomings. Be self-aware that I do have the potential to be this malicious. I do have the potential to be this vindictive, right? Don't deny that fact, because if you keep denying it and you keep saying, no, I would never do that, and you ration out every thing that you do, you could end up being in a situation that you ruin a man's life and being comfortable with it because you have rationalized it in your own mind as this is necessary because I'm the victim and he's the victimizer, right? So I acknowledge that, say, you know what? This MGTOW movement can be attracted to a lot of young men. And as a Christian, as a Bible believer, I realize that this organization, although it means well, it could end up destroying the family structure, destroying the men to kind of walk away from society, right? So if men are tapping out of society, not marrying, not producing more children, not raising families, society is going to collapse. And my fear was, what will we replace it? What is that? What kind of world do we live? How the world would look like if we live in a world that the MGTOW formula or fad becomes popular, becomes norm? Women are going to start going to sperm banks and getting children because men are no longer having children. And we're going to have a generation of children being raised without their father. That cannot be good, right? What's going to happen, right? So that's why I combated MGTOW with men going God's way. And what is men going God's way? Because let's not get this thing confused. I agree with a lot of things that MGTOW says. A man has to he has to be happy first. He has to be mentally stable first before he help anybody else. He has to establish himself and establish with his family that ultimately he's in charge. That has to be in the beginning. That established. That has to be something that is understood before we move forward. If I'm going to protect you, I need to have ultimately full control where you go and where you don't go. I don't think you should wear that, honey. No, I don't think you should go there. No, I don't think you should do that. And if you don't have a wife that agrees with you and is on your side, and especially the side of your children, if there's a situation that your wife is always second guessing you or bucking against your authority in the front or in the presence of your children they're gonna think that's okay to do that too as well.
Right.
So before you even think about having children, the first thing, you have to choose a woman correctly. And a lot of men are getting a lot of flax because, you're going overseas, getting yourself a wife, you got what you call, these passport bros that are going overseas, getting a wife or whatever, and a lot of women are getting upset over it, or even men are criticizing women. Even men are criticizing men for doing that and so forth. So, and you also have, especially within the Black and Latino community, but especially in the Black community, they got this thing when you are an African American so-called man and you go outside of your community, right, and get yourself a wife, a Thai wife, a Filipino wife, or so on, right, or a Latina wife, you get shunned because you're betraying the race, you're betraying your people, right? So you keep that becomes a thing, right, within our community as well, right? That you're betraying your people. I see Brother Barry. Can you hear me, brother?
Yes, sir.
Shalom, brother.
Shalom, shalom.
I could hear you, not see you, but what you got to add to this conversation?
Well, I just want to listen first. I just entered into the room, so I want to hear first what you guys are talking about.
Okay. So what we're talking about, are women, specifically the daughter of Zion. I don't know what is your spiritual belief, but within the show, we believe that Black, Latina women in America, specifically, but throughout other parts of the world, in Africa and different parts of the world, are the daughters of Zion, the children of Israel, the daughters of the tribes of Israel. And in Isaiah chapter 3, there is curses that God has put upon the daughters of Zion, that they are haughty. Because they are haughty, God is going to remove their beauty, remove their hair, remove their status in society of being the best example of a woman, and is going to change everything around to the point that they're going to be left desolate, right? Because all the men are going to be put to death, and they're going to be in the position of a desperate existence because of their haughtiness, right? And the question is, are they still going through these curses, right? And I'm going into the conversation of men going God's way in response to an organization called Men Going Their Own Way that I came across a few years ago, that they teach do not cohabitate with any women. Simultaneously, there's another organization with men, what they call passport bros, or men that they go out and outside of this country and get women that are from other countries, other culture. Some of them are poor or are not making the money that we are making here in America, because in America we're the richest country in the world. So I think if you make it, even if you're making $30,000 a year here in U.S., globally, I think you're part of like the 10% of the population, even if you make $30,000, and that's like entry level type of money, right? But globally speaking, that puts you on the top, 10% or 5% of earners, right? So it is an advantage being American when you go to other countries and you have women that do not have the resources that you may have, and American women criticize American men because they go into other countries and they feel that they are taking advantage of these women. And this is what I'm telling men. Going back to what I was saying, that women cannot win a physical fight. So when they do, or when they see a man do something that they do not like, they cannot physically stop them. So immediately they will create a narrative to make that man feel subconscious on that action they're doing. Oh, you're taking advantage of those women. That's the reason why you're going overseas to get a woman, because you want to take advantage of her. You want to control her. And immediately we get an offense. We have to flip that around, my brothers. We have to be proud and say, yes, we do want to take control of our marriage. Yes, I do want to control my wife. See, if we flip it around, and we don't try to get in the fence. No, I'm not trying to control my wife. I just want a woman who loves me and respects me, and you immediately start defending your point, right? And you start even in the Hebrew Israelite community, right? Oh, you're supposed to be dealing with your nation. Why are you going to overseas? Those are not your people. Well, first of all, Israel is scattered to the four corners. First of all, right? We in the Middle East, We're in Africa, we're in South America, we're in Asia. Okay? So we're scattered all over the place. But I truly believe that now, as an Israelite man, as a Christian man, as a God-believing man, what's more important now is whether that woman is going to obey the God that comes with you, right? I don't care what race you are. If you respects me, you honor my God, you establish the rules that I establish in my home, I'd rather have a woman who does that and not be an Israelite than dealing with an Israelite woman who has a demon, called Leviathan in the household, and her best friend Legion, right, in the household, and she's from the tribe or whatever tribe I like. She could prove her ancestry. Look, I could prove that my father's father was the tribe of so and so. But as a demon, I'd rather have a Gentile or a woman who we don't know because we are scattered, right? We don't know what tribe we are, all of us. We have an idea because some of the prophecies follow us, so we could have an idea what tribe you're from and so forth, so on. And I believe that. However, though, we are scattered across the four corners of the world. So we don't know. We may think we're talking to a Gentile, but we may be talking to an Israelite. But I believe now is more, the most important thing is we have to be with a woman who respects us. And not to come across as paranoid, but even if we're dealing with a woman who respects us, we have to acknowledge that that woman is a daughter of Eve. The same issue Eve had, she had. So I trust my wife 100%, but I acknowledge she's still a woman. If she is put in the wrong environment, or I put her in the wrong environment, she is subject to fall. That makes sense? Like, I would never sleep with my brother's wife or my friend's wife, but I would never put myself in a predicament, right? That the Satan will tempt me, right? And even if I'm in a predicament that Satan is tempting me, I would say, I don't think that will happen. But I do not know that. So I will not put myself in that position. I will not put myself in that predicament, right? I would not put myself in a situation if I have a friend of mine and his wife said, hey, Gabar, hey, Carlos, can you help me out? I'm going to the supermarket and can you got a truck and, I didn't talk to you about something because I know that you do a podcast and you got wisdom. I would never sit down with another man's wife, right? Because the potential, right? And women have to acknowledge their ability to fall into the dark side. Much more, I believe, than men. Because I think women are better at it. Because they are the weaker sex. If you're the weak, it's like in jiu-jitsu, right? I never like to be trained by a teacher who is physically gifted. Because when you're physically gifted, you're a big guy already, and you're doing martial arts or jiu-jitsu, you can overcome a lot of issues just by your brute strength. But if you're a smaller guy, you have to figure out angles. You have to figure out positions. You cannot rely on your strength because you're not a formidable individual. So you got to rely more on technique. So you got to study more technique, angles. They usually become the better teachers, right? So the same example and so for someone, in the same way, smaller people become better martial arts teachers, because they have to figure out a way how to overcome through skills, not through brute force. Women, because they are smaller and weaker, they have to become better what? Speakers. the way they speak and the way they articulate is always from a perspective of angling and trying to convince you to do something because they can't force you, right? Like if a house is burning on fire, you could physically take your wife and drag it out of there, right? You're in a dangerous situation in a restaurant. You see there's a fight about to break out. You could literally pick up your wife and your kids and drag them out of there. Your wife cannot do that. If she has to remove you out of a room, she has to do what? Persuade you. So women automatically are built in their DNA to choose their words wisely because it's all about manipulating to allow you to do something because they cannot physically force you to do something. Us, man, we could physically force a woman to do something because we're physically stronger than them. I'm not saying we should, but I'm saying we have the ability to do that. Right? A woman cannot physically move us. We don't allow her because we're physically stronger than hers. So a woman has to convince us mentally to say, hey, baby, I think we should do this, that, and the other. Right? So even women, they are bullies. And because women do abuse men, physically abuse. I think it's like, I think in 60% of abuse couples is done by men. I think 45% of abused couples is done by women. So 60% and 40% is not that much of a difference. It's not that
Actually,
much.
it's closer now.
Right. I think it's getting closer as well. But
It's just that
women
men don't ever report it.
Men don't ever report it, exactly. But how do those women manipulate a grown man who's physically stronger than her, right? To allow for this woman to beat this man, right? Slap him, call him all kinds of names, right? And he doesn't do nothing. She has to win the psychological game first, not the physical, because the physical would never be a thing that she'll be able to conquer this man physically. And look how good women are, or the potential of their, of their power, of their psychological manipulation. Because we could see women that are physically weaker dominate a stronger man mentally by verbally and physically abusing a man. Can't hit a woman, And I'm with too. You should never hit a woman. The worst thing you could do to a woman that is manipulative is do not engage. Don't give her that power. Don't give her that attention. Honey, this is not working out. We need to break up. Break up with these women. You're still young, my brothers. If you're dealing with a girlfriend who's manipulating you, who's constantly gaslighting you, who's constantly wants you to manipulate and always never take accountability for her actions, break up with her. Before there is the kids, before there is the mortgage, before there is the car note, before you got all these, you build an entire life together. If you're dealing with a woman with children from another man, that's not the woman for you. Trust me, I'm sparing you a lifetime of pain because most women, they are with a man, right? And that man is bringing her into his household or his space. And that woman has a child, 1 year old, 2 years old, 3 years old. That shows volume to me. Because here's a woman that is willing to break out with a man that has a child with that man. And for some reason, either that man is outside of her lead, meaning to him, she was a booty call. To her, he was a potential husband. She felt, if I have a child with this man, I could keep him or trap him, right? He's is his either that's the woman that's the man that she wants, but he doesn't want her because she's a pain in the butt. So what happens? You become choice number 2. You become, like I would explain to the sister, before, earlier last night. I said, sister, you should go back to your man. Try to work it out with him. Because now you're 35, you have a 2-year-old son. That lowers your sexual market. Because most men don't want to take the responsibility of another man. Child.
Yep.
So what's going to happen is you're going to end up being with a guy who you don't really want, but he's financially stable, but doesn't rock your boat the way you want him to rock your boat, right? Because you are not mentally equipped to attract the man that you want. You're not mentally equipped, and now you have a child. You got baggage now. So that removes 99% of the potential man that you would want. And the woman, the sister's a good-looking sister. She's not an unattractive woman. And I feel sorry for women like this because I believe it's too late for a lot of people in America. And I believe us men, we have to start thinking like Noah. We're not going to save everybody. The rain is coming. We got to try to get anybody we can and anybody who think like us on the boat. The boat today is being off-grid, not being dependent on the system. Right? And I think that's the ultimate safety. That's the boat. That's our boat today. That's the equivalent of Noah's Ark today. Right? But I think it's too late for some people. I think it's just too late. It's just sad. Even the sister I was talking, I think it's too late for her. I think I think everything I told her is going to go from one year to another. She's going to go back to her old habits because it's hard, right? You're in your 30s. You've been one way all your life, right? And it is hard for women to change their trajectory because it's hard for women to be acknowledge their wrongdoing, accountability. I think it's harder. I think it's easier for men. We could say, I do have a bad breath. Yeah, I am a fat. Yeah, I am, I got to get in the gym. Yeah, I got to make more money. It's easier for us to come to our conclusion in our shortcomings than for women. I mean, it took me hours for this woman to admit something wrong, that she did something wrong. It took hours, literally. And it keep probing and probing. And this is the reason why I do believe this woman, which says, do not believe no women. Do not believe no women. I do believe that every angle, every story that a woman tells you, and especially a woman that is telling you about a relationship, trust me, she's hiding things from you. She's not telling you everything. She's keeping certain facts. They change the dimension of the story. And you got to probe. You got to, what happened? So what happened? So why he did this? And they're going to try to avoid, and speaking of very, generalization, non-details kind of way. And it's sad that we have to address this, but I think it is time for us to stop being polite about this and start saying, let's not believe all women. Let's and it's funny how the devil uses talking points that are the opposite in what we should do. We should not believe all women.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
We should criticize. We should make sure that they're telling the truth. We should demand sources, evidence. I need receipts. Why? Because you should not believe nobody. Why? What does the scripture says? Let every man be a liar and let the Most High be true. So we need to understand, even when when we are speaking to people and we're telling a story, we already are telling the story to try to make ourselves look less damaged, less evil, less wrong than we really are. It's part of our DNA. So why do we think that women are not doing the same thing? Let every man be a liar and let God be true. We all liars. We all come short of the glory of the Most High. Why would not this be a thing that is expected also of women? Why we could, there will never be a thing that he said, believe, oh man. Why? Because we know men sometimes do lie. That's why we need evidence. That's why we need, let's see the receipts. Let's see the things that prove what you're saying is true. That's been the norm throughout millennia. You don't believe the testimony unless they bring proof. So why the devil is allowing the media, and why is these things out there? Believe all women. The Me Too movement. You know how many lying women became millionaires over believe all women? Look at the crazy thing. Candace Owens, right? She said, she used to be with the Landwire, and now she's on her own. But she read the court papers, Epstein, right? Jeffrey Epstein, that's his first name, right? That's his name, Jeffrey Epstein, I think, right?
Yep.
And the woman that claimed that he, raped her, in the actual court scenario, she went to his hotel, and they did have sex. She claimed that he forced her. After that, she emailed him for a job and called him darling and hope to see you soon. Went to another location that he was in, right? And she claimed that he raped her again. Now, I don't know what kind of rape victim will go back to the hotel room with the person who raped her. But, hey, right? Maybe I'm the idiot, right? And after that, send him more emails, right? Looking for work. And when we look at the papers, when Candace Owens was reading it, what this basically came out to is a woman that she was sleeping with a producer to get jobs opportunity in these movies. And we could clearly see this. That was the case. Now, yes, that Epstein, was he taking advantage of the fact that he has the power to give these women opportunities? Absolutely. Right? Is he a jerk for doing this? Absolutely. But is he a rapist? And I'm not defending Mr. Epstein. All I'm saying is that believe all women, even after this woman admitted on court that she went back and met this man in a hotel room after she claimed that he raped her the first time. It's insane. And this should never be possible in a court setting. It should never be a scenario that a jury can be convinced. I don't know if this was a jury base or this was a judge, because you could choose either a jury or the judge would recite over the evidence and make a decision, right? So I don't know what was the scenario in the situation, because I know with Donald Trump, it wasn't a jury, it was the judge that, it was not a non-jury verdict, it was the judge, right? So it's easier to control one person than to control 9 or 12 person jury, right? So I don't know what was the situation with that. But the fact that this is even possible is mind-blowing to me, right? And this is the world that we're living in. Are we still under these curses? Or do we still have to look out because the daughters of Zion are haughty and stiff neck as they go along. That yes, we're still going through that. And us men, we have to stop second guessing ourselves. We have to stop being, polite about this or being ashamed for pointing out the nature, the potential evil nature of women. And that's right. Words are very important. The potential evil nature of women that every woman has to look out for. Oh, no, not me. You sure, honey? We all come short glory of the glory of God. Why not also women? There's not one that do good. Not one. God has looked down from heaven, and he's looked down from the sons of men, and he realizes there's none that is good. So why would that not be a thing that's also true about women? Why is it okay for us to constantly say about men have to be more responsible, men have to be more this, they have to be more that, and all that is true, and I support that. Why we cannot talk about women? I'm talking about men. And shout out to the women that are out there talking about evil women nature and bad, the potential, how dark and vindictive women could get. And it's all of them, is the thought in the street to the preacher's wife, the secretary, from the teacher to they all have the potential. Grandma too, she's an angel. Really? Okay. Talk to some people that knew her when she grew up. They all have the potential. It's all in them. Now, those women, they acknowledge that and protect themselves from that. Kudos to them. All praise to the Father to them because of that. Right? But there are women out here walking around just in total denial. I did nothing wrong. It's all their fault. It's his fault. It's your fault. It's everybody's fault except me because I'm a victim. I was abused. I was this. I was that. I'm always the victimizer. It's like the small hats today, right? The small hats, they're always the victims. They're never the victimizers. You never the victimizers? You never the colonizer? No, never? You never took advantage ever? No? Did anything wrong ever? Same way. Right? And this is a conversation you have to start having. We have to acknowledge that the potential evil nature of women. And because they are the weaker sex, they're going to go around the corner, under, the basement. They're not going to tell you what they want to do to you, go to the front door. They're going to try to manipulate you because that's how they have survived for many years. They're going to lower their body count. If it's 5 to 6, it's more like 14 to 13. If it's 14 to 13, it's more like 27. It's just a nature. It's just they're always, that's their MO. And it's okay. We have to forgive them, but we have to acknowledge it and say, okay. And we have to protect them from themselves by not putting them in a certain situation. Do not lie to them. The worst thing you could do to a woman who wants to be in control is to cheat on them. Why? Because once you tell them, oh no, I'm monogamous. I'm a one-woman kind of man. And you're lying to them. That's the worst thing you could do. And those women would never leave you. They will complain. They'll yell. They'll check your phone. They'll ask you where you've been, where you're going. You cheated on me. I'm still healing from that. Oh my God, I got trust issues because of you. Look what you did. They will never leave you, but they will never make you forget it. And that's how they control you. So us brothers, man, especially, if you're not a monogamist, don't say you're a monogamist just because she has a big butt and a smile. If you're telling her I'm weighing my options, I don't know if you're the one for me. I got other women I'm considering. Never compromise your integrity, even though you may lose her. The problem is with us men is that we get our weakness, our Achilles heel, our kryptonite is that glass-shaped woman with a pretty face. That's our kryptonite. See, I could admit that. I could admit that I take a pause every time I see a beautiful woman. It's built into my DNA, right? I acknowledge, I already know, okay, if I put myself in the wrong predicament with that woman, I may fall. Let me avoid that situation. If I was not more spiritually grounded, when I was speaking to the sister last night, where she was asking me advice about things and so forth, so on, right? I seen this woman. She's a good-looking woman. Hey, sister, I'm going to go visit you and pray with you. Now, subconsciously, I was like, I'm just going there to help this sister. Consciously, rather. But subconsciously, I know what I'm doing. I'm putting myself in a position that it may end up that way. I immediately recognized that. I immediately saw it that I could say, okay, I see where the devil was trying to tempt me here. I've been in a situation when I was an elder that sisters will give me their address and their telephone number. Say, elder, I just want you to visit me. And I think, I'm dealing with spirits in my house. I just want you to, I know you're a prophet of the Lord. And she gashed me up. Oh yeah, sure, sister. I'll be there tomorrow. And I thank God that he has given me this sixth sense to even stop myself, to not put myself in a predicament that I should not be in. And these are the conversations we have to have, because if we start using words, oh, you male chauvinist, you women bashing, and you ignored the fact that women have this evil nature, this evil potential. Even your mother, your sister, your beautiful daughter, your beautiful wife, they have that potential. Some of them are mastered hiding that. Some of them are, and it's like this. When women are generally happy, you're not going to see that side out of them. So it's not that these women are constantly running around with this horn sticking out. No, it's when they don't get what they want, or they, I have seen how my wife operates when she doesn't get what she wants versus how I've seen when she gets what she wants. I always say, when you're dealing with leadership and you want leadership to do something that you want him to do, I always start with, hey, listen, boss, I want to go whatever route you want to go, but I think we should do this, that, and the other. But I'm going to rock with you. Where do you think I got that from? I got that from my wife. Right? So I've been blessed by a woman that knows how to deal with someone in authority, someone who is above her, and she has accepted that, and she's comfortable accepting that, right? The problem with women is that they're not comfortable with that authority. They say they are. They say they could deal with it, but they really not being honest. Like, yo, I don't like this guy over me. I don't like I have to check with this dude, if something's too tight, or I like the way I dress. I don't want to be controlling what I wear. I don't want to be controlling what kind of friends do I have. Who is this guy? And that's what they have to, be honest about. They just don't like, especially a man, right? A black man, an Hispanic man, who they view, this guy that has no political power. He doesn't have any economic power. He's making the same money I'm making. Why should I respect him? And these are the struggles that women go through. and they're wearing their head covering, and they're saying Hayah Shemata or Yahweh Shema, or whatever Hebrew phrase they're saying, right? Walking around like nuns, but they're struggling with that, and they are not honest with themselves. I've been in a situation, or I know of situation of sisters that struggle with authority, and to fix that problem or attempt to fix that problem, they will enter into a polygamous relationship because they figure, if I'm in this situation, that demon will leave me. That feistiness, that, and so forth, so on. And this is the reason, like, here you have a woman that we're speaking to last night who was with the church, left, and things of that nature for whatever reason, believes in God, believes in Christ, and say, well, maybe what I need is a good Muslim man to keep me in shape or keep me honest. I kid you not. I said, well, okay, sister, but you believe in the Bible, and he believes how that's going to work out. Well, I felt that he could set me, that him being a Muslim, he's very strict, and that would help me out. And I'm saying that to say this, is that some women are trying, but they cannot remove that demon. Some women, in their darkest hour, in the midnight, when nobody's looking, they know, yeah, I'm the problem. And sometimes they go and take a desperate attempt, like having a child with a Muslim man and being a Christian, which that makes no sense. Because they know they had a spark, a moment of clarity. But the problem with women like this woman here that I'm referring to is that even in their clarity, even when they have their moment of zen, they need someone else to knock some sense into them. Because if I would have been in that room when they were having this moment, I would like, why would you go and marry a Muslim man? You being a Christian. Right? So they have said that women mature quicker than men, but women plateau in their maturity. That man takes longer to mature, but man surpass the maturity of woman. Some study says that the woman maturity does not surpass the age of 16 years old. 16. There's a certain level of that women are always going to have a level of immaturity in regard to certain things. They're always going to be that little girl. Right? That little feisty girl that you got to give a little pop out. Don't do that. And I noticed that the same, how when women tell us it's not what you say, it's how you say it, right? If you come to a woman in a sweet way, hey, baby, listen, I was thinking about maybe, going out for this dinner, or maybe painting the house this color, whatever. You got to speak to them with a certain way, right? You know what way you have to speak to them? The same way you speak to a child. Think about it. Hey, baby, how was your day? Good. Listen, I was thinking that maybe we could go out and eat this, that, and the other, right? Whatever it may be. How do you speak to your children? Hey, baby. Hey, son. How you doing? Listen, you speak to them like a child. It's the same way. It's that level of like that pre-adolescent, that teenager scenario. You kind of have to speak to your woman the same way, right? When you speak to your boys, you speak to yo, you're fat, you're ugly, yo, take a shower, you're bad, you're bad, you got bad breath. You got to work on this. right? We are straightforward the way we communicate among ourselves, right? You gotta get your act together. Yeah, you're right, bro. I gotta get my life together. Right? You're doing that wrong. Yeah, you're right. Right? Now, if that man was raised by a woman, he's gonna react the same way a woman reacts. No, I'm not, brother. You gaslighting, brother. What are you talking about, man? Or they'll start getting physical. Because the most emotional creature out here that is not really being addressed is the thug. The thug man, the gangster man, these are the men that were raised by a single mother, found men in the streets and found some gang to join. These men are the most emotional creatures. They act just like women. The only difference is they act masculine, but they're really very emotional. He disrespected me, bro. Call the everything is a disrespect. Everything is you go from 0 to 100 in every scenario. That's emotional man. You could tell men that were raised by women versus the men that were raised by men. They just act different. So these are conversations we need to be, it needs to be had here, and have conversations about and let's not be shy about these things. We have to have conversation. Anybody wants to add, Brother Kazak, anything you got to add to this conversation? Anything I missed out? Anything you disagree? What say you? I think you're muted. You can unmute your phone.
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
With you, and I wanted to get your perspective again on Isaiah 3:16. The quick story is this: is that I realized today that we're dealing with a totally different animal. And I'm not using that word animal in a bad way, but I'm making reference to a woman. We're dealing with a very different type of woman today versus, I believe, our grandmothers and great grandmothers and things of that sort. The reason why I say that is because this whole thing, let me just say this off first and foremost too, is that I don't believe under any circumstances should have, let me make sure I say this correctly. A man should not find himself in a situation where he needs to hit, push, shove his woman. He should not find himself in a situation like that. But I do notice something different. When I was in the academy, that's not how we were trained in the academy. I was told, sir, if you were out in the field and a woman was to approach you and she was being aggressive and you gave her the commands to stop, drop your weapon, and if she continued to move forward and not understand the boundary, the line, then there was justifiable cause for you now to stop her. I say that now with this example. I don't believe a lot of sisters know that there is a line. If I had an argument with you, Elder Gabar, Ricky, if I had an argument with you, I know that there's a line that I should not cross. If I was to cross that line, then I know that it can get physical. A lot of sisters don't recognize that there is a line. There was a brother, a truck driver, came home a little bit early. He promised her, babe, I never hit you or anything like that. But he caught his wife in mid-action. And he couldn't guarantee the things that he said prior wouldn't happen, because now he's in a situation where he caught his wife in mid-action and it didn't turn out well. Let's just say that. It didn't. So I say all of that to say is that everybody has to understand that there are limits to this, and you really shouldn't push people. You really shouldn't. I used to train dogs, and One time I was acting too aggressive with my dog, and my dog loved me to death. But when he found himself in a corner and I was still being aggressive towards my dog, now this is a dog. The dog had no other choice but to say, hey, in his barking manner and the raising of his hair on his neck, listen, you're going too far. And so I believe that our sisters don't know that there is a line, because in this particular situation, as the sergeants and the the ones that was training us during the academy, they told a story where the woman was being told over and over and over again to stop. You're talking too much. You're causing too much confusion in the situation. The woman had a knife. And so what happened was the other officer distracted the woman. The other officer came around, picked up the woman, and slammed her on a concrete head first. Something happened after that. The woman who was being disruptive, she then said, after she was subdued and slammed on the ground, I'm a woman. Why did you treat me like that? But she was given every opportunity to stop. You're going too far. Stop. And then it gets to the point where, you can't yell, because if you yell, you're being now verbally abusive. So if you say no, babe, and if you yell, if you just raise your voice, I mean, there's so many dynamics to this, and the family structure has broken down so much that even verbal abuse in connection with irreconcilable differences. Well, sis, why did you leave your husband? Did he beat you up? No. It was verbal abuse. Well, what is verbal abuse? He didn't respect my wishes. He would yell at me. He would tell me no, that I can't do things, but he's the man of the house. If he said no, no. Yeah. But he's being verbally abusive. I mean, what is going on here when you can't even raise your voice and get some type of strong foundation in your household where you're saying, listen, this is the way that we're going to go. And no, you can't do that. No means no.
Right.
So what are your thoughts on that?
I think it's going back to the argument that because they cannot win or convince us to do what they want us to do physically, because they're the weaker vessel, they have to create talking points. So by you inserting, right, if you are upset about something in your household because it's not being done the way you want it to be, and I'm sick and tired of apologize for being in charge. Somebody has to be in charge. Okay. And if God appointed man, I'm not going to apologize like, oh, I'm not. No, I listen to my woman sometimes. No, I'm in charge. Yes, I want her opinion. I like her opinion, but it's understood. Ultimately, I'm the tiebreaker. That's okay. That's okay. Somebody has to be. Right? No system, company, government cannot function if they're not people in charge making decisions and telling other people what to do. That is just the reality of the day, and a household cannot function. Either you're going to be in charge or I'm going to be in charge, ultimately, right? So men have to stop being self-conscious about saying certain things and not allowing people to use certain talking points, spelling words, oh, you're being verbally abusive. Because, like I tell this woman last night, I'm pretty sure your husband didn't get up and just started arguing with you. I'm pretty sure your husband didn't just get up and started shaking you and tell you to stop. There was a cause and effect. What were you doing? What was happening before that? Right before he got pissed off and punched the wall, what you told him? We were arguing about something. And see, and we have to be very careful. And this is going back to the conversation you and I were having, Brother Ricky, that when women utilize certain words, when they are doing something wrong, they use word like, oh, we having issues. We are having problems. Us are having a misunderstanding. And never, the reason why we are arguing is because he wants me to wear a dress or not wear a dress. He wants me to take off something that he felt was too rebellion. I didn't like that, so I would say why I really like this blouse or whatever it is that we're arguing about. It's always, well, we're having misunderstanding. It's always we. It's always us when it's coming to something that they're doing wrong, or it's something that they don't want to do and their husband wants them to do it, or vice versa, right? And it's in the language. And women do this all the time, and it's second nature because they've been doing it all their life. Even when they verbalize something, they're always going to put themselves to make themselves look in the best light or the most innocent light. Never the conniving, manipulated person. Never the cause of the problem. Never the person who started the issue. It's always us. We are having a discussion. No, he didn't want you to go out with those tight pants, and he didn't want to do it. He didn't want to take it off. Right? It's always we are arguing an argument. What was they arguing about? And they always want to dance around the issue because you know, and they know, and you know that they know that they know that you know that you know that they know that if they start talking about the details of the argument, it's going to implement them as being the one who's wrong.
The antagonizer.
Hey, may I say something?
Yes, Brother Barry, go ahead.
I've been listening to the conversation, and I think it's a couple perspective that I don't think we're following. Is first of all culture. I live in a totally different place than you guys. Therefore, my environment down here, I live in the States for a very long time, but I'm in Belize now. So our culture is going to make us different. And the reason why I say that is because I keep hearing the woman being the weaker sex, the woman being the weaker sex, and the woman being the weaker sex. But if I recollect, in the Bible, the command was given to the sons of Israel, do not let your sons marry their daughters, lest their daughters will cause your son to go whoring after other gods. So it seemed to me like they're the stronger sex, not the weaker sex. We were given the command not to mingle. But we're mingling, and we're trying to find out, okay, what we're mingling, it's okay. No, why did the serpent come to the woman in the garden? I keep hearing this weaker sex thing, guys, but it's not working for me. So maybe you guys can make that work for me, please, and I'm going to listen.
Well, the reason why the term weaker, the weaker vessel is because it's a biblical term that was coined by Peter in the epistle of Peter that give honor to the woman as the weaker vessel, right? And when you go into the etymology of that Greek word, it's like, the least of something, not as the second, not the first, or what have you, not first in rank, second or third, and so forth, so on, the weaker vessel. So, and we see the pattern of evidence that when Satan has infiltrated Adam, he goes through Eve. And I think and I agree with you in regard to the weaker vessel. I understand what you're saying, and because if they're so weak, why men are so weak for them, for women. And I think that is the parable that in the Apocrypha, when the king asked the question, what is stronger on earth? And different men were coming up with different ideas. Wine is strong, the king is strongest, and so forth, so on. And then I believe Daniel came in and said, no, women are stronger than wine and stronger than the king itself. And he broke it down on what will men do to gain a woman. Men will go plow a field, will build a house for a woman, will kill for a woman, will fight a lion for a woman, right? That's power, right, that a woman has over a man, right? If a man will be even to do this. So I believe that what is weakest, generally speaking, right, and just in a universal sense, the most vulnerable thing is a woman with a child in the wilderness, right? What is the most vulnerable thing that you could find, right? A woman and a baby, right? If that woman doesn't have a weapon, if that woman doesn't have a man to protect her, she's one of the most vulnerable things, right? It's like a little puppy, right? It's a very vulnerable vessel. But that vulnerable thing is our Achilles heel. That makes sense for men. Our kryptonite is women. If you look at all the men that fell in the Bible, they fell because of women. David, Solomon, right? You could even argue Adam, right? Because if Adam would be like, nah, woman, I'm not eating that. No, you ain't supposed to be eating that. Matter of fact, get the heck out of my house or you're going to be eating that, right? But because Eve had a big butt and smile, and she was pretty, and she was feminine, she was cute, and she probably came to him, right? Do you think Delilah went to Samson with an attitude? You better tell me your secret. Well, she probably cooked him a meal and massaged. And we have to recognize as men, that is our weakness. I'm not saying there's something wrong with your woman giving you a massage. My wife has given me plenty of massages. My wife has, pillow talked me in the past, and I had pillow talk with her. I'm not demonizing that, saying that's nothing wrong. But understand that if that is being executed in the wrong context by the wrong woman, with a man with a woman with an agenda, and you are not spiritually grounded, that thing that is the weaker vessel can become the strongest thing, stronger than the king and even stronger than wine. So what is supposed to be the weakest thing, it is the strongest thing. So I hear what you're saying, brother, in regards of that, how is it, who's really the strongest is if every single time you want to take down a strong woman, what do you send? A pretty woman. Right? In Japan, a lot of people may not know this. The word ninjas, the first ninjas were women, because the first ninjas were actually women that were, prostitutes, and they knew that women are able to infiltrate certain places that men cannot because they're pretty. So in Japan, you got these gadgets, forgot how to pronounce it, like these women that are studied to be submissive and please men, and they study what do men want and like and so forth, and they cater to the man's ego. That's a dangerous weapon. You understand what I'm saying? That's a dangerous weapon. And it was so dangerous that they were the first assassins. Even in the biblical story, I think Judas, right? What did she do? She got all dressed up. She went to meet the king. She was so beautiful, right? That we were at war with another nation. She got dressed up, went to the other nation that we were warring. They could have taken her and killed her, right? But she was so beautiful, she requested to speak to the king that they could not even deny her. That's a weapon. That's a weapon. That's an infiltration weapon. She was able to infiltrate these men, all with swords and shields and muscles. Hi, I just want to speak to the king. Could I have permission to speak to the king? I baked him a cake. Weapon. That's a weapon. And we have to acknowledge it, that the weakest thing God has switched it, or the devil has used it for our destruction. So yes, women are the wicked vessel because that's biblical. That is thing. But and the scripture says, also do not fall for the beauty of a woman, because many men has fallen for that beauty. And we have to just acknowledge that. And even last night, I was acknowledging that even with myself when I was trying to counsel this sister. That the reason why you even have access to me, you have access to another man. That makes sense? Because you are damsel in distress. Right? We are built in. If a woman come and crying, I need somebody's help, we already build in, and it's in part of our DNA to become Captain America. Dun, 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 dun. What you need, sister? What's going on? Who hurt you? It's part of our DNA. So we need to acknowledge it and acknowledge that if the wrong woman that also is aware of this power that she has, and she uses it for evil, righteous men that are not governed by their penis, men that are not governed by their lust, slow that down. Acknowledge it and stop it, as Adam should have acknowledged it and stopped it, but he didn't. Because if he would have stopped it and acknowledged it, we would not have been in this mess that we are now. What say you?
One thing I'd like to add is the fact that we also got to put in things in context. And that's what I think a lot of, especially brothers, have a lack of being able to do, is put things in context and content. Now, one thing I would say about why do men fall for a woman, where do women come from? Just as much as they run their mouths to my son, oh, we birthed the nations, we birthed this, and that. Well, guess what? Every man is missing a rib because for a woman to be here. That's facts. So something that came from you, it won't be hard to fall for it, regardless of any measurements.
Yeah.
And another thing I want to hit on is Elder Gabar, if you can you pull up the thing with Adam and Eve?
Oh, yes. I want to bring that out because you brought it out. So the floor is yours, because I think this is some powerful stuff. Where you want to start?
Go up to 16. Go up some. I think it's 16 and something.
And for those that are listening, this is I think a white paper in different manuscript. Specifically, this is a study on the pseudographical writings and how they were written versus the different sects, right? So P is for the Latin, R, what the R represents?
I don't go up some more.
Okay.
Because one of them was for the Greek, but I don't know why they didn't put a G there.
Okay, so yep, I think it's one, and one is for the Hebrew, right?
Okay, here it is. Stop right there. Eve's testament. Go down so they could. Go up. Keep going
go
up.
more. Go more up. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the where Eve was speaking.
Well, let me see. Let's start from on top, because I think it was the first text edited in the Greek and live I believe, because this is the first, when you go down, this is the first comparison, and how the children I have children.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna stop right. So go up one, right there.
Right there.
Now, if you see, right there. Here, what we have is Eve is explaining to her children what happened, and we were speaking about this earlier in the broadcast, where when a woman goes into counseling for marriage counseling, there's always this French thing of oui. It says 30 says, "Now then, my children, I have shown you the way in which we were deceived." Well, when you read the Bible, they wasn't deceived. she was deceived. And 2 Timothy reads that. So here
Right.
it is, directly right here. It's a lie. The word of God directly said that Eve was deceived first.
Mhm.
She transgressed the law. But when she went to tell the story to the children, she said, we were deceived. Instead of saying, listen, babies, I messed up. I was deceived. Satan came to me, and instead of me going to my husband Adam and telling him, hey man, say the ass was talking to me, and he told me if I bit into this fruit, we could be like God. She didn't do that. Even when you read the different versions of it, it says, now, my children, I reveal to you the way of our transgression. But does the word of God say that? No. Now let's go down. It says 15:1. Then Eve said to them, listen, all my children and my children's children, and I will tell you how our enemy deceived us. But when you read the story of Adam and Eve on how when Satan spoke to Eve, in any of that portion of time period, you don't find anywhere where Eve left Satan or the asp and went to go talk to Adam and say, hey, this snake talking to me in the garden, he said, come check this out.
Right.
He didn't do that. Let's go down. Check this out. This is good. 15:2. It says, it happened while we were guarding paradise. So now all of a sudden, we are guarding paradise, but you couldn't even protect yourself. You didn't know what to do when something that was different other than your husband to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now it says, it happened while we were guarding paradise. Each of us was allotted his and her portion from God. Now I was watching in my share in the south and west. The devil came into Adam's portion where the males animals were. Since God divided the animals amongst us, and all the males he gave to your father, and all the females he gave to me, and each of us kept his own. Now, y'all see that version. I'm going to jump over here to the right hand, to the whole right hand side where it say 45:2. Look at the difference. Your father was guarding the eastern and northern parts of paradise. I was guarding the western and southern parts. However, Satan went into the part of your father where all male beasts were, and he called the snake and said, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? For God, our Lord, divided beasts and cattle and allocated to your father all masculine, to me, all feminine beasts. And each of us nourished those creatures that had been entrusted to one. Now she's admitting how when Satan tried to come to Adam, Adam said, man, what the heck you doing over here? Hey, get your behind on somewhere now. Nobody playing with you. Then what happened? He went over there to the woman. All right, go down some more. All right, here it is good. So I'm just going to jump to the right-hand side. We'll say 46:1. It says the same thing, but it breaks it down a little bit more. And it says, so it was there in your father's part where the snake lived. The evil one said, arise and come near me, and I will speak to you a word by which you will have profit. You will have profit. So Satan is always offering for you to gain something. Divorce your husband, you can take the house and get everything else, get child support, alimony, and all that other stuff. And so the snake came to him, and he said to the snake, I've heard that you are the wisest of all animals. Come so that I get to know your wisdom and realize that your wisdom is like. Adam provides you food as he provides the beast, and they come to and worship him. And you worship Adam with them, you who have been created before him. Why does the elder worship the younger? 3. And why do you eat with your hands? Listen to my advice, and we will drive them out of paradise, and we will possess it more. The snake said, how can I drive them out? And the devil said, be my vessel, and with your mouth I will say what is necessary. Go down to the next part.
First even form. To here? Keep going down?
Yeah. Oh, no, right there. Go up. Go back. Right there. Okay, yeah. This is when it's starting to get into the good stuff. 47:1. When they had made their plan, they came to me, and he hung himself in the wall of paradise at the hour in which the angels went up to praise the Lord. Now, a lot of people know that every morning and every evening, the angels leave to go back to heaven because they need to go file their report on what they saw amongst us. So all the things that we done did wrong or good, they get reported. This was during that time period. Now, why do I bring this up? Eve told her children that she was helping to guard paradise. Now, if you helping to guard something, you are intelligent enough to know the parameters and everything that take place. Now, why am I saying that? Because men, we think if she was truly guarding, she would recognize that she said, when the angels went up to praise the Lord, okay, let me keep reading then. Okay, so it says, Satan transformed himself into an angel and began to praise God. I saw him as an angel, and then he appeared no more. He went away from there and called the snake, and the snake became his vessel. So the snake came to me and said, "O woman, you who are in the happy life in paradise." I'm gonna stop right there real quick. "O woman, you who are in the happy life of paradise." What do you hear a lot these days? "Oh, I'm not happy." Well, until you find the Most High God and you are honest with the Most High God and following His laws, statutes, commandments, you'll never be happy.
Mm-hmm.
It says,
and this shows how Satan's language is manipulative. Like, oh, you think you really are happy? Like now, that question itself, Eve is answering, well, I thought I was happy. Why do you think I'm not happy? Do explain. And then that's how they get you. Right? Continue.
Right. It says, yet contrite and without understanding, arise and come to me. I want to speak a word to you. And so I arose and came to him. And he said to me, what is being in paradise? I said to him, my Lord has brought us here so that we guard it. Then the snake said, well, you can take from all the trees of paradise except one. Why did God forbid one? I said to him, God forbade us to eat of it, lest we die of death. Now here it is. She claimed, now she just admitted, she's part of guarding paradise. So she know what you weren't supposed to do. So now this takes away that that, hey, maybe she didn't know. Because I'm gonna be honest, up to this point, I always believe that Adam was given the direct message of what to do and what not to do, and he solely knew what it was. And that Eve was kind of naive and didn't know. But this now brings it out and shows that Eve did know, just like most of the women today do know.
Right.
All right. Can you go
even,
up some?
Yeah, even in the Bible, when in the book of Genesis, Eve says that we may eat of all the trees of the garden except the one in the middle, in the midst of it. So she knew. It's not the she didn't know. Absolutely. Keep rolling down.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, right down. 48:1. Then the
All
snake
right.
said,
Can I ask a question, sir, before you continue with that point that you have? Please?
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
My question is this. It's a twofold question. Where was Adam when the serpent was talking to her? And why didn't he step in and say, hey, we're not supposed to do that?
Okay, check this out, brother. So obviously, the problem that we having right now with you is that you're not even listening to what's being read. So if you could, Elder, could you go back up to, I think it was 17:1?
17:1.
And my brother, I am listening to you very carefully. Trust me.
No, you're not. Just go up some more. I'm gonna show you that you ain't.
Familiar with this text that you're reading.
Hey, okay, if you are, brother, just hear me out.
One at a time, guys. One at a time, please. Go ahead, brother Rick. Where are we?
Go up some more. It's you see I say 16:1. Go up one more where it talks about what her duty was at the time, what she was doing. Okay, here, so right there, it says your father. So right there, it says your father was guarding the eastern and the northern parts. Eve admitted and said that she was guarding the southern and the western part. So for me to read this earlier, and she admitted, Eve said her job was that she was guarding the southern and the western part, and she's admitting right here in 45:2 that her father, she was speaking to the children, that the father, he was guarding the eastern and the northern part. So now what you're doing, brother, you're sounding like, no disrespect, but this just like the women that argue about a man that, well, he's never home with me. He's always going at work. Well, he got to make money so you can live this lifestyle. But now he's always at home. Oh, he's always home. Now we ain't got no money. I want to go out and take a vacation. Well, you said you wanted him home more. So what do you want for
Brother,
this
that's
man?
not the reason why I asked that
Adam,
question. That is not the reason why I asked that question.
brother,
Okay?
brother, you got to listen. Adam is only one man. He can't be in the northern and the eastern part of the garden and the southern and the western part of the garden. I mean, it was Adam. God didn't give him superpowers at
Well,
that time.
can you do me a favor and ask me why I asked the question? Would you?
How about you just tell me? Because I'm not asking
Because
you
your Bible says that he was right there beside her.
Okay, check this out.
Now I
Adam and
understand
Eve
what
were
this
not.
text says, brother. But your Bible
Adam and
says
Eve.
he was right there beside her.
Brother. Adam and Eve were not walking in the garden all the time, just inseparable. We gotta stop this nonsense. You gotta open your mind, and when you read this, this single-mindedness gotta stop. Clearly, if this is saying what it's saying, because this is called deeper context here. Because here you talking about your Bible says that they was in the garden together. Yes, you could be in the house together, but guess what? You got the kitchen, you got the bathroom, you got the living room, you got the doggone patio, you got the back porch, the garage. Just because we in the same house don't mean that we together. Just
Man,
because we
listen
went
to
to the
me.
mall together.
What you're saying don't make absolutely no sense. Okay,
It
now
makes sense
you
to a lot of.
corrected me.
Oh
Let me
no, it
correct
makes
you
sense to
for a
you.
minute. Let me correct you
Okay,
for a
go
minute,
ahead.
if you don't mind. Okay, because I'm very familiar with these texts that you're reading. Very, very familiar with them. Let me explain something to you, my brother. And I want you to go back and I want you to read this for your own self. The woman was the one in charge in the garden, not the man. Okay? Go back and read other books and it'll show you that the woman was the one in charge. That's the reason why when curses were given out, it told the woman that now your desire is going to be to your husband and he's going to now rule over you. That means that he ruled over her.
Who was created first, brother?
Both of them were created at the
first, man
same
or the
time. I
woman?
don't believe in that crap with one person was created here and there, brother. I believe mankind was created,
now check
male
this
and
out.
female.
Now check this out. That is fine that you believe that.
And let me say one more thing before I keep quiet, okay? One more thing. Don't come with that bull crap no more about a man is missing a rib, because you know the Hebrew word is not rib. It's the womb of the man. It's not no darn rib inside that God made a woman
so
from.
what you saying? So, brother, at the end of the day, what you doing right now? You saying
I'll
that
be
the stuff
quiet,
that I'm
brother, and
saying?
let you go ahead and teach your class.
Yeah, that's fine too. The problem is this, brother. All you have to do is simply read the Bible. So basically, you saying the stuff that I'm saying is a lie because the Bible is a lie. So the Word of God didn't say that man was created first. Man was created first. Cool. So I'm not lying. You saying that the Bible lied because you said that you don't believe. God don't care about what you believe. That's why he said that his ways are not your ways and his thoughts are not your thoughts. Get out of yourself, brother.
My brother, with all
brother.
respect,
Brother.
with
I'm
all
talking right
respect,
now.
with all
You said you was
respect,
gonna be
I got
quiet.
one
Ain't no
question to
respect.
ask you.
No,
With all
stop with the
respect, do
question.
you
I'm
believe
not
that
done
God only
talking.
created two people and man was first? Do you still believe that mess?
Brother, now
do you
you bringing
still
in
believe that God created two people, one man first and then a woman? You believe that mess?
Are you gonna let me talk or are you gonna keep cutting me off? Because I'm not playing this woman game with you. When I'm talking,
No.
be
You're
quiet.
the one playing a
All right,
woman
I'm gonna
game,
shut up.
brother. You got a beautiful
Okay, I'm
long
gonna be quiet.
for somebody to pull. So don't start. Don't start your bullshit.
Brother Barry, could I ask you a question? I'm sorry, because we're going.
Hair. That's cute.
We're going all over the place. So I think you first started with saying that who is really to blame in the garden. I think that's I'm asking this question to Brother Barry. This is the thing that kind of brought you on, and you asked the question, who is really to blame in the garden? And you're saying that it was really Adam's fault specifically? Is or Eve's fault? What was the plight that you wanted to address?
No, my brother. What the question I was asking was, the first thing I asked was, where was Adam when the serpent, as we have a serpent talking to Eve, and apparently in our Bibles it tells us that Adam was right there beside her. He was there. What I'm saying, looking at it from a
let's stop
different.
there. Let's stop there. Let's stop there because you're saying something as if there is a universal absolute acceptance that Adam and Eve were in the same. They were together when Adam and Eve were, or when Eve was having this conversation with Satan. Right? That's not, from my understanding. There is an argument about that because if you read the book of Genesis solely by itself, it will give you the impression, because all it does, it says that once Eve ate, she gave to her husband and he ate also. It doesn't go into details how it happened. So some people would say that Adam was present and he allowed for Eve to have this conversation with Satan, and he allowed for Eve to give him this fruit, and he allowed it, so technically it's his fault because he was physically there and hearing these conversations. Because if you read the book of Genesis by itself, it gives you the impression that he was there. It doesn't say he was there. It just say that Eve gave it to Adam, to her husband, and he ate also. So some people argue that he was physically there, and those people that do argue that may have a point, but there are other records outside of the book of Genesis that gives us more detail on what happened, that gives us the impression that he was not physically there, that this happened on the side of Eve's part of the paradise, not where Adam was governing, right? Because they were kind of both governing. They both have responsibility on the garden, right? And other record says that she was responsible for the female animals and Adam was responsible for the male animals, right? There's other records that some people may accept, other people don't. Some people say, I only accept the book of Genesis, and I don't accept other books, and I interpolate this particular scripture this way. So that's the reason why I believe that this is how it happened. And that's fine, those that are conservative in regards of writing or reading other writings, and so forth, so on. Because you mentioned about the concept that Adam and Eve was the first people, right, on earth. And there's other people that believe that Adam and Eve was not the first people. There were other people on earth besides Adam and Eve. I believe that there is an argument for both sides. I believe you could argue that, because I came from a camp that used to believe that there were other people besides Adam and Eve. And I also came from a camp that believed that Adam and Eve was the first people on earth. So I don't believe that both sides are nonsense. I believe that both sides are theoretical beliefs in how you read the scriptures, and you may come to a different conclusion. I don't know if there were other people before Adam and Eve. There are scriptures that gives the impression that that's the case. Like, for instance, in the book of, and when Cain left to a far country and he met his wife, who was his wife, right? Other writings, like the book of Joshua, said that he took his sister, one of his sisters, because Adam and Eve had other children, right? And they took their siblings to marry and things of that nature. Other people say, well, these are extra biblical writings that cannot be reliable, so we don't accept it. So we don't know. We really don't know. All we have is what we have, and we're trying to pick up the pieces. So I don't believe someone who may believe that there were people before Adam as a ridiculous theory. And I don't believe that Adam and Eve were the first people as a ridiculous theory. because the Bible sometimes is not clear in certain situations, doesn't give us all the information. And there are records, they are lost, right? There are records that has not been discovered that may give a greater understanding of these scriptures. But I just want to get into the crest of what, Brother Barry, what are you trying to say? What is the reasoning for your conversation? Or you cutting in regards of who's to blame or the fault, or what is the angle you're coming with, or you want us to?
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for that. For what you just said. I've come to a point in my life and studying where I'm thinking outside the books, because if something does not make sense, I don't care how many books you read, it still doesn't make sense. Let me give an example real quick and I'll be quiet. We have the story of Genesis about the creation story. Day 1, let there be light. Day 2, firmament from the firmament. Day 3, created the green things upon the earth and the grass and the seed within the tree to bring forth more. Day 4, the sun, the stars, and the moon. Day 5, the things that swim and the things that fly. Day 6, the animals, the creeping things, and mankind. Now, if we go back to day 3, there's none of us, I am positive that none of us on this conference is going to say God only made 2 blades of grass and 2 trees. We're not going to say that. We know that he populated the whole earth with trees and green things all over. When he created the fish and the birds that fly, didn't create just 2 birds and 2 fish in the sea, a host of them. They didn't create just 2 animals and 2 creeping things. So why would us then, when it says that Elohim said, let us create mankind in our image, in the image of Elohim created he them, male and female, and he told them. Why do we think now it's only 2? And that's just using my common sense, my brother. I'm just saying, I don't care if a book told me that. It doesn't make sense that now you have to have incest in order to populate the earth. And one thing I know about the creator don't change. You don't allow things like that. So what I'm saying is this, my friend. When we go back and read again, I've read the book of Yashar, I read the book of Adam and Eve 1 and 2, the treasures of the cave, the book of the beast, and all of them give you their different perspective. But what is our common sense? We got these smartphones, but if the brain was an app, people would use it. We're not using it no more. We believe what a book tells us. And that doesn't make sense. And my friend, I see you have other people on here, so I really don't want to take away, but thank you so much for allowing me to say what I said. Thank you so much.
And yeah, but see, the word making sense, right, is limited to our knowledge and our capability in what we know to be true. Meaning, okay, because they have done studies, can the world be populated by 2 people? And obviously, because I've heard this argument before that, brothers and sisters is against the law for a brother and sister to get married or have children because God forbade that. So that would have been a sin. So that could not be the situation at that time. And that's a good point. But in the same way that it was against the law for man to eat meat in the beginning, that God gave the fruits and the vegetables for man to eat, but then later on also added food or animal for substance of food, right? In the New Testament, the book of Hebrews, that there needing to be a change in the Levitical priesthood, that in the Levitical priesthood, only a Levite could receive tithes and offerings and serve the altar. But there was a change in the Levitical, from the Leviticals to the Melchizedek. So the term God doesn't change, I think it needs to be re-examined and what that really means, because you're right, it is strange. Why would, if Adam and Eve are the only 2 people, my understanding, the blood of siblings not good to mix when you're having children, because the children could come out with some defect, something about the blood, right? With family members. But maybe the biologic system that existed before the flood was different. That maybe the blood was not affected the way it is now. I don't know. So those things don't, I could take it either way. It's not that important to me to know whether there was like more than one people before Adam and Eve. Certain days I read something that gives me the impression that there were more people prior to Adam, and other scriptures, it gives me the impression that it was only Adam and Eve, and then from there it got populated to what we see now. When Christ get here, hopefully we are saved. He could answer that question. But I do believe certain things are not 100% clear. And it's okay to maybe have two beliefs or two separate, two people can have two perspectives. And it all depends on what in your perspective. But and Brother Barry, I appreciate, Brother Rick, I want to bring you in, but Brother Barry, I hope it answers your question. But we also have Brother Ibar, your rock. Shalom, brother. I want to bring you in. I want to hear your thoughts. But Brother Rick, you had a statement.
And the other thing is this, and that's another thing, because people always be stuck in their own understanding of, like, their thoughts get stuck. We got to remember something, because when you read and you truly study the word, there's certain things that are said that if you could keep those things in your mind, then when you read or hear other topics, then you'll be able to understand things. Like, let me understand this. When the angels left their first estate and came down here, everything about them morphed and transformed. They was not the same. That's the reason why they was able to have sex with the daughters of men and the wives of men and have babies. So originally, we were supposed to be in the garden living forever. We were supposed to be just chilling. Life is good. Praise the Most High. And that's how it be. But remember, when sin came in, that changed everything. So what used to be ain't that no more. So then things changed. So then now, because wickedness is in the earth, the Most High can't just say, oh, go over there to that tribe, or go over there and mess with that person. He had to do something in order to create people. Now, just because in our raggedy behind trash minds, we think on a very childish level according to the Most High. We can't think on his level. And that's another problem we got right there. Well, I don't understand how the Most High did it. It ain't for you to understand. Because when you go into all of that, wondering and stuff like that, and I'm only speaking for those who are not that strong-minded. For those who are strong-minded, you can do that because you know how to snap back on basis of the foundation. For those who are not strong-minded, I wouldn't advise trying to do all this off thinking, because guess what? If you ain't strong, Satan can enter and cause you to deviate, and then you over here worshiping Buddha. And it happened plenty of times. So, and then the other thing, I was trying to finish about Eve. We went totally off. I don't know if you
brother,
wanted me to finish it.
Before you continue, can I say this real quick? I just want to say publicly, if I offended you in any way, man, please forgive me, okay? Because that's not my intent to come on the show and do that. So I just want to let you know, me and you got heated just now. I want to apologize to you and say, I'm sorry, my brother. We shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that on this brother's show. And also, I got some guys coming over here to play chess in a little bit. So if you see me leave, it's not because of anything that you guys did. All right? But I just want to say publicly, my brother, if I offended you, please forgive me.
Well, thank you, brother.
All is forgiven, brother. No offense made at all. Because I know a lot of people are ignorant to certain things, and it don't bother me whatever a person got to say. I went to school and was on the back of the school bus, and we picked at each other. So my big lips and all the other stuff, I don't care about that at all. Samson, Absalom, Adam, they all had long hair. So you call me what you want. All you're doing is talking about your own ancestors. Enoch had locks in his head. So it don't bother me. It just shows me that when people say that they're as knowledgeable as they are, you're not. So it don't bother me. So.
What, Brother Ibar, you want to come in? What you got to add to this conversation?
Yes, sir. Shalom, shalom.
Shalom.
About about Adam and Eve was together in the garden. That story is not true. We have when you read the Bible, what we miss most of the time is that the Bible is a summary of the main point of the story. So what we're getting in the Bible is just what is relevant to us at this time, right? When you read Genesis 2 verses 15, it read, right? And the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. Now at this time, the female is not there. Okay? Verse 16, and the Lord God commanded the man. Who did he command? The man. Right? He gave a command to the man, not to the female. Okay? Right? And saying, of every tree of the garden, thou mayst freely eat. This is what the Most High said to the man. Verse 17, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die. That's a command to the man, and the female was not yet present. Okay? Right. When you go over to verse 18, it says, and the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him an helpmeet. So the female was not there yet. So the command was given to the man. When we go over to chapter 3 now, I'll pick it up at verse 1. It says, now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, which the Lord God had made. So the devil is more cunning, knowing, say, okay, listen, the command was given to the man. Do not go to the man, because the information that the female have, she get that information from the man. It was the man who teach Eve the position of the Most High. Okay? Reading on. And he said unto the woman, yea, hath God said, he shall not eat of every tree of the garden. Verse 2, and the woman said unto the serpent, we, meaning me and my husband, or I and my husband, we may eat of the fruit of the tree of the garden. Now, who taught the woman this? Because she wasn't there when the command was given. It was the man who teach the female the position of the Most High. Okay? And when you move on, right, it says in verse 3, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God had said, he shall not eat of it, neither shall he touch it, lest he die. And the serpent said unto the woman, he shall not surely die. Verse 5, for God don't know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods. So that is what triggered the female to go ahead, because most females today want to be as God. They want to rule over the men. So Eve is no different, right? And this is why some of the time the position, right, that you held on female Gabar, I accept it. You know why? Because they are no different from Eve. They are no different from Eve. It don't matter how righteous they are. Eve was living in a world where there was no social media. Eve was living in a world where females, didn't have to worry about going out to work. And Eve dropped the ball. Much less we live in a time like this. Right? Eve didn't have TikTok to see the toxic female dancing around and behaving. Eve didn't have that. And Eve moved on to do something as it. Now check it out, right? For God don't know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and he shall be as God, knowing good and evil. Verse 6. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, meaning, right, when she looked at all of the things that she can actually receive, because sin is glorious to the eye. And this is what is happening in the world today, right? Female could have a decent husband who, might work a 9 to 5, but he's home every night. He look after his kids. He sit down, he pray with them. And they will give it up for someone who come and say, okay, I think you're beautiful. I think you're shaped nice. They will give up that to be with somebody who said something with no action. They will throw away that. Right? And you know what these men always said to those female, right, when the husband find out, work it out. That man never says, okay, you know what, I caused you to do this, so forget about him and come on over. The men always say, listen, work it out with him. Work it out and go their separate way. That's what they always say, because no man wants a female who is cheating all over the place, right? When she comes to you now, you will be in that same mind that person, that man that she left, right? Because you don't have to worry about the problem. You don't have the problem. They never says, okay, listen, forget about him and come on, you're mine now. Work it out, because that's not what they want. Okay.
Let me ask you guys this question. So I want to focus and start aiming towards maybe solution. So let's just say you guys, we are in a 4-man, and Barry, you could maybe come in a 5-man committee. We in control of the entire planet. And they have given us the task in fixing this problem between men and women. What will be the first 5 things you guys do? What will be the first, what is the most important thing needs to be done? Anybody could take on this question. If you are in charge and you was given the task to change this thing back to the better, what will you guys do? Anybody could take on this question.
Okay, Elder, I definitely want to answer the question. This is interesting. This is very interesting, and I like the board that we have. Barry, Brother Barry here brought up a very good question. Where was Adam through this whole conversation that Eve was having with the adversary? What if we were to look at it from this perspective also, because I believe our brother Ricky gave some very good points on location. What was Adam's, where was Adam at, and where was Eve at this time? They were in the garden, but they were allotted certain positions. Usually what happens, okay, I believe that every one of us came from out of the world. Usually what happens, and even Biggie Smalls had this in one of his lyrics, where soon as the man leaves, I just sneak up from behind and ask her what her digits are and who you be with. And so as soon as the strong man is away from the woman, what usually happens, this is when the adversary comes in and he begins to tempt her. But it doesn't usually happen right in front of the man's face. I know that's not how we did it back in the day. We will wait for the opportune time where that woman was not with her husband, and then we will sneak up through the back door and try to woo that woman, to take that woman away from that man. Watch this now. Genesis 3:16, and I'm sure everybody must have heard this before, because there's a lot of different writings. You can read the Jonathan Targums. There's some academia reports on this, and Gabar, I could bring this to you. Elder Gabar, I could bring this to you. Let me read to you another rendition of Genesis 3:16 in the NASAV version. It says, to the woman, your desire shall be contrary to your husband, but his responsibility will be to rule over you. Because we see something happening prior to this conversation that Eve had with the adversary, is that they had free will. Eve was now triggered by the same things, if we pay very close attention, the same things that the adversary offered Eve were the very same things that the adversary offered the Mashiach in the book of Mark, the 4th chapter, when he showed him all of the glories of the world. Eve was also shown all those things.
But the only thing that is different between the Mashiach and with the woman is that the Mashiach now denied those things. Eve did not deny those things. So again, there's a long paper or what I just read, but in the NSV version, it reads, your desire, Eve, shall be contrary to your husband, as it was when she had the conversation with the adversary, but the man's responsibility now will be to rule over her. Now, one more quick point. I do believe that there was a hierarchy here inside of the garden. It is also listed inside of the Torah, is that if a woman makes a vow, that man, being the authoritative figure in his household, can disallow any vow that she makes. And Adam didn't do that. So we see there's always been a structure. There's always been the man understanding his patriarchal position inside of the household, and the woman understand her matriarchal system within inside of the household. And then if we want, we can even get into the Hebrew with the word nekubah and what that actually means in regards to Eve, because the word nekubah now means also that Eve was supposed to have been submissive to Adam. So any way you slice it, it is still coming up in the Hebrew language, and even with inside of Torah, Hebrew culture, that it was always talking about the position. And once again, your desire will be contrary to your husband, but the man's responsibility, but he shall rule over you. That's his responsibility. Adam did not rule over his Isha because he had the right to disallow that vow that he made to the adversary, that Eve made to the adversary. He had that right and he didn't do it. And this is the reason why we see in the story, notice this now, the father went to Adam first and asked him what was going on. I was about to say something else, so excuse me. The father went to Adam first, the patriarch. What the hell is going on here? He didn't go to Eve first. He went to Adam first, because Adam was told to guard. That Hebrew word there, guard, is to shamar, to protect the garden. Adam did not protect it. And I'll land my ship there. I don't want to get too long-winded with it. If I did, my apologies. I just wanted to bring that to the table and see what you guys thought of that.
So, Brother Kazak, and I'm going to bring you in, Brother Abad, but the question I posed earlier, knowing is half the battle. So what if, like I said, if you guys are in control of the world, you're in charge of switching this thing around in regards of the toxic relationship between men and women here in America, but also out throughout the entire world, because I think this thing is spilling over through the entire world, that eventually it's just going to take over the entire globe if no one stops it. What will you say if you're in that committee and it's your responsibility to come with a game plan to change this around? What will you identify first that we have to fix?
I think we'd have to instill the most laws and principles first, because in order for us to have are you hearing me, guys?
Yes, loud and clear. Yeah, I could hear you.
Loud and clear.
All right. So we would have to instill the most laws, statutes, and commandments back into society, because in order for us to have a society where decency and discipline and order, in order for you to have that, you must have that is being now placed back into society. So that is one of the first things we'd have to do. You can't have rules without regulation, right? So that's the first thing we'd have to do, to spin this thing around. Put the man back in his rightful position, put the woman in her rightful position, right? The kids in their right position, the Most High and Christ in their position. Just like what we read in 1 Corinthians 11.
Okay.
That's what I have to say.
Okay. Anybody else? What else should we implement? That you see is a problem that we need to move on. Go ahead.
It should be heavy limitations on what they watch, what they hear and what they see, because most women are influenced heavily about what another woman does and what she says. And a clear example of that is that show they got popped the balloon. You know, a dude walk in the room and then one chick pop her balloon, then the other chicks, they just pop it just because the other girl popped it. They didn't even have a good reason. So if we live, and even the Bible says, do not give your daughters too much leisure or too much freedom. So, you know, that's something that we will have to do as well, because that's what has been taken, you know, taking them.
Right. Okay. Okay. Brother Kazak, anything you want to add that we could implement if you are given the task to turn this around? What would be something that you think we could implement that someone maybe not be something we're focusing on that we should be focusing on?
What I would like to have is a board of electives, and with inside of this board of electives, there's no one position per se higher than the next, where we have like a system of what they call checks and balances. And once that is done, we will implement those rules and regulations to the congregation, pretty much the way that how the Quran community did it. And this would be the defining factor. Once everybody on this board said, listen, this is how we're going to do this, no exceptions, then there must be the hard pill to swallow, which means now the violators of those rules in that community must be put to death. Because we need to set an example that it cannot be tolerated. And what's happening right now, people are given too many warnings, and the warning time, I believe, has expired. There needs to be examples so that the next person would know not to do it. And that might be a hard pill to swallow.
So you will implement a strict, no nonsense policy, bringing us under the rod, and that strict orthodoxy is this way or the highway, or in this case, death, stone to death. You'll bring that back. Okay. Anything else you feel that is needed, or you stay there? Brother Kazak, anything else you also feel you need, or you want to stay there?
I'll stay there.
Okay. Brother Barry, and also we also have there was a new brother that came in. I don't know if we missed him.
The Word, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Word. He was brother, I think his Hebrew name is Isaiah or Azariah, I forget. But Brother Barry, you still with us? I know you was probably going
Yes,
away.
sir. I'm still here, and thank you for involving me in this question. I think it's a very important question, and I'm going to answer it not from a Western standpoint, but from a foreign standpoint. My first marriage, I was married to an American for 3 years. My second marriage, I was married to an American for 26 years. And the marriage that I had for 26 years, we taught Torah for 26 years, me and her.
Exactly.
So the rules were there. But this is one thing I have learned being a foreigner, not a Westerner from America. If you guys do not have the same culture, you're going to clash every time. And I believe that's why I believe the brother name is Rick, and I believe you're exactly right, brother. Listen, we can't mingle. Whenever we try to do what the Most High said not to, he said, don't let your sons marry their daughters. And I've learned that firsthand. My wife, I love her. But guess what? We had two different cultures.
Yeah.
I do things differently than she did. I don't know what the brother is, the one with the accent. But I'm pretty sure that your culture is different from the Western culture. Therefore, when I came back to Belize and started living here, now I'm married to a Belizean. I've been married to her for 12 years, 13 years. And guess what? She know my ways. I know her ways. She know my culture. I know her culture. And my God has become her God. That's the big thing right there. It's just like Ruth and Boaz. He said, "No, your God will become my God." But we have to learn these cultures. She was a Moabite, but she learned the culture of Boaz. So, brother, I think that that would be the biggest thing, is that all people are not made for everybody. I believe that when you step outside of that culture, you're looking for problems. You can't change nobody but yourself.
And that's interesting because I'm liking these answers that I'm getting, but because it's leading me to a different question. Because yes, culture is a great barrier, right? Because I believe that cultures do not mix, but one culture gets overshadowed by another. Now, let me explain. If you are marrying someone from a different culture, an Italian woman, a Thai woman, a woman from Africa, from Ghana, and the culture may change depending on the country in Africa, because Africa is a continent, right? There may be a different culture in West Africa versus North, and so forth, so on, right? South America, so forth, so on. What I have seen, historically speaking, that you either convert to that woman's culture or that woman convert to your culture. I never see a mixture of culture coexisting in the same household successfully without any friction. If the man is a Muslim and the man is usually trying to convince the woman to convert to Islam, right? If you go to overseas, you go to the Asia, they're worshiping Buddha or Krishna or whatever religion they may be following, is usually a conversation. Oh, my parents, the wedding has to be done a certain kind of way. You have to kind of either dress their culture and get married to satisfy their culture, or she has to get married into your culture and satisfy your parents and her in-laws in regards of culture, right? They don't usually mix, right? It's usually one overshadow the other, right? So I'm saying that to say this. Within the Hebrew Israelite Christian community, we are coming from different cultures. Western culture here in America, Eastern culture, right? And so forth, so on. Do we, as Bible believers, have to start saying, we may have to create a culture, right? And maybe take the best out of what works and throw away what does not. So we have to start creating maybe a culture, because I think culture is powerful and it does matter. It does matter. So we start creating our own culture, and maybe that's part of the conversation in regards of if you were in charge of changing these things around. I think clothing is important, culturally speaking. I think clothing is powerful. I think, when you look at the Muslims, or you look at a particular, the Mormons or the Amish, you could point them out. You could say, oh, that's an Amish. Why? The way they dress, the way they talk, what they eat, what they don't eat. I think out here in the West, I think we play a little bit with the culture stylistically. We wear the fringes. We may wear the dashiki. We may wear a Hebrew, garment and things of that nature. But I think that is part of it, and it is important. But I think how we deal with marriage, how we deal with divorce, how we do it with what is right and wrong in regards of culturally speaking, right? I think that needs to be rehearsed, talked about, because I think what happened is that our culture creeps into the Hebrew Israelite culture. The gossiping, the spreading rumors. I experienced that being in a Israelite culture, right? Supposedly. So I think culture is important. And I think the brother's right in regards of that when you have different cultures cohabitating, it's not enough. Just being attracted to someone is not enough. I think culture does matter. And choosing somebody from your culture does help. The great thing about Bible believers is that you could have the same culture, the same value with someone who does not come from your ethnic background, right? If you put in Christ first, the Bible first, the Bible has its own culture. You just got to follow it. And that's the beauty of it. But sometimes there's different interpretation of the scriptures, right? Some people believe that Adam was the only man created. Other people say that he was not. I don't think that's culture, but that's looking at the Bible and coming to a different conclusion, right? And I'm saying that to say this, that you can look at something culturally and come up to a different conclusion as well, right? A few months back, we were having a debate about divorce and where can the person get divorced, right? And only a few months back, there was a controversy with Pastor Dow that he took another man's wife because he felt he was legally bound, allowed, culturally speaking, legally speaking, to take this other man's wife because his other man, according to his standard or belief, that he abandoned her. And if a man abandons his wife, she could be granted a divorce, right? That his interpretation of that culture, right? And sometimes although there's one book, there's different interpretation that may reflect your culture, right? So I think these conversations are important to have because we could iron out these things. I think we still have to come together because if we're going to wait to do something to protect our people, to elevate our people until we agreed on every single thing, I think that's the wrong way to look at it. I think we have to still come together and do something for the people while we work it out these differences. And I think talking to one another respectfully, using words. Remember about women, and this started with women being trained or because of their nature, they utilize certain words. When she's responsible of starting something, she'll say, well, we got into an argument. Well, who started it? Well, I did, but we got into an argument, right? We have a problem. We having a disagreement. But when you start asking these questions, right? It's like the kid who got into a fight in high school or in school, right? Hi, mom. Hi, dad. I got into a fight today. I was in a fight today. Not I started a fight. Not I punched this kid in the face because he called me stupid, right? They're going to always present in a way that it's less damaging to their image. We got into a fight. We got into an argument. Not, I got pissed and I punched some guy in the face because he got me mad and we got into a fight. Right? They don't go into those details, right? And that's human nature. People do that more. People do that more often than none. But I truly believe that women do this more than usual because it's part of their survival mechanism, right? Because going back to the weaker vessel, women usually are trying to convince someone to do something for them more than men, because men, we are hardwired to do it for ourselves. We are less motivated to ask for help when we really need help because we view that as a weakness, right? So I'll do it on my own, and we usually ask for help when there is like, okay, I got no choice, or this is too hard for me. Let me call my brother to help me, or let me call. That's the way I am. I don't know if that you guys are that way. I think men are less privy to ask for help, and women are more programmed to start. I need help. Versus I could do this on my own and things like that nature. I think they're more hardwired to ask for help, or even if they don't want to ask for help because of their physical, mental capabilities, they find themselves asking for help more than men because of their circumstance. So I think programmatically speaking, they are more they're programmed to kind of always ask for help. And when you're always asking for help, even when you ask, oh guys, you guys could relate this. When you're asking for help, you don't ask it in a way that they're gonna tell you no. You're gonna say, hey brother, can you help me with this? Man, I'm having some issues with this. Oh, sure, no problem, right? You always come across as in a humble manner, right? Women have figured out how to tap into that energy in a higher level than men. They're better at it than men because they're usually in the need of help more than men because of their handicap in certain situations. Men are physically stronger, right? There's certain things that men could do that women cannot, and so forth, so on. And I wanted this conversation to go back into us men. Just are we comfortable with the acknowledgement of the state of condition that we in and the nature of women? Do we recognize it? Do we understand it? This is not here. This show does not exist for us to bash women or to go home and mistreat our women or what have you. I think we need to help women. But the only way we could help women, we have to acknowledge first there's a problem. And we have to agree what is that problem in the beginning. Right? And yes, I think we are taking accountability as men by even having this conversation. And yes, ultimately it all ends with us because we could argue whether Adam was there, not there, was he tricked, not tricked, that he did it deliberately, not deliberately, because there's an argument about that. But the bottom line is that it happened, and how now, thousands of years later, we can look back on the mistake of our earthly father, Adam. How can we learn from that mistake to make sure that we are not continuing that mistake versus pushing blame or what have you? Whose fault is it? Or let's just, spend this hour just bashing women and things of that nature. How can we turn this around? Right? How could we help ourselves and how could we help women to turn this around? And I think you guys bring a lot of good things in regards of, putting the commandments of God, avoiding certain things, don't give access to women and so forth, so on. I'm hearing strict, if you violate, you out of here, having a strict community. I'm hearing different ideas. And I just want to throw in different ideas and have a conversation about solution, right? Solution, because this is very interesting, right? When you go into the scriptures in regards to what Paul was saying, right? In verse 13 in chapter 2 of 1 Timothy, it says, for Adam was first formed, then Eve. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in her transgression. Nevertheless, notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing if they continue in faith and charity and holiness and sobriety. Can anybody give me a synopsis in what you take from these scriptures? What you think these scriptures are saying? Adam was first formed, then Eve. It was Eve being deceived, not the man, and it was in her transgression. But notwithstanding, she will be saved in childbearing, and if they continue in faith and charity and holiness and sobriety. What do you take away from these scriptures? Anybody could take the floor.
All right, let me answer that. I want you to keep that scripture on the screen. Keep it on the screen for me.
Sure. There you go.
All right, so when you look at verse 13, for Adam was first formed, you must go all the way back to Genesis, what we just read. In Genesis 2, verses 15, and the Lord God took the man, right, and put him in the garden. So we see clear that the man was first formed. And then a rib from the man to form the female. Okay? When you go to verse 14, it says, and Adam was not deceived. And this is why I said, when you take the scripture to read it, right, it's not like in chronological order like that. It's spanned out over years, right? So when the man took of the fruit to eat, right, It did not took Eve one day to convince the man. This was, bear in mind, the female is now, right, with information because she's now God over Adam. She have all the manipulating tactics, right? Adam didn't because Adam was pure. So it was contentions after contentions, right? Till Adam yield, right, to Eve deception. Okay? So when we take a look at verse 14, Adam was not deceived. The woman first deceived. So she have all these tactics now to put on Adam, to show Adam off. Just like we have today in our homes, right? You know, you might trying to lie with your wife and she's saying, okay, baby, if you don't do this, don't touch me. And that's just how they are behaving when they don't get what they want, right? What they want, they don't get. So they behave like this. This is what Eve was doing, right? But the woman being deceived was in the transgression. She's the one who got deceived by the serpent. And now she have all the tactics you can think of. And that's what she used to show off Adam. Notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing. She must now come back to the Most High. Produce children that will keep the Most High last so she can actually blot out this problem that she actually created. Okay? And if they continue in the faith and charity and holiness with sobriety, so the woman must now come back to the faith because she leave the faith, she go off and she caused this major problem. Okay? So she must now come back to the faith and fix this problem, right? And early on, something was said about culture. Culture is the greatest teacher. But since the biblical culture will not come back until Christ set up the kingdom elder, we must look at homes. We are now relegated from culture to homes. So we must be careful of the homes, right? We choose our wife, our husband from. That's what I have to say on that, Della.
All right. So anybody else wants to add or what you took away from this particular scripture? And the reason why I'm asking is because, you know, it's interesting how Paul, he emphasized that it says that the way she could be saved, right? Notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing. And he kind of led with that. You know, he didn't say, which is obviously understood, faith in Christ and in the Most High and the commandments of God and all that and things of that nature, but he led with childbearing. And I think there is a thing that if going back to the question I asked earlier in regard to what would we do if I was a part of a committee and I was in charge to turn this back around, I will promote childbearing and make it look cool, make it look stylish, make it look trendy, because I think in this society, they make women that are bringing forth life as like, oh, you're not fulfilling your full potential, right? Or what else you do besides a mother? Like, you know, and even my wife, I remember when she began to stay a stay-at-home mom, that it was a thing that when she used to catch up with friends and like, hey, what you doing now? What's going on? You a manager, a director, a supervisor, or owner of some corporation? What are you doing now? It's like, oh no, I'm a mom. It's always like, oh, that's it, you know, which is, but in the Bible, I'm realizing that that is one of the most important thing that a woman can do for society. And I think if I would have been in charge of changing things around, I will make it more stylish, more hip, more cool, more, I will glorify it as being the best thing a woman could do. Not, oh, that's all you're doing? That's it? Just raising children? That's it? That's not like, that's like the bare minimum, like that's all. And, but you know, women that are running around, running corporations and things of that nature, they were like, oh, you know, you're being fulfilled, right? Or you're achieving your full potential, not knowing that a woman's full potential is in motherhood. So I think I would change that around if That's what I take from this particular scripture.
Hey.
Anybody else?
Yeah, Elder, just real quick, could you just go back to the Adam and Eve thing I had up just real quick? It was just one last thing I wanted to bring out.
Please. Okay, let me do this. All right.
Okay. Could you go down? Keep going. Let's start right there. Let me see if it's in here. No, that's the half. Go down some more. And again, ladies, I in no way, shape, form, or fashion am I I'll go down one more to the next one. Oh, go up. So right there. All right, go down one more. It's just the word that's in there that's important. Stop right there. Okay, here it is right here. All right. And it says 51, and in that hour my heart became strange, and immediately I knew good and evil. So what this shows us is that before they bit into this fruit, they was basically lame. They only knew the basic of do this, do that. All the stuff that we have today, this quick knowledge we got, where we so quick to come at each other and fire off on stuff like that, and be like, oh, you knew that because such stuff. They didn't have what we got today. The results we have today is because of what happened here. So they didn't have this quick knowledge. Recognizing, however, that I was indeed naked. And when I thought, see, if they had all this knowledge then, she would have known, Adam would have known that it was bucket naked in the garden. They ain't know none of that because that was irrelevant. What was important was what was put there for them to know what was basic. I was naked, and when I thought of the glory with which I was clothed before, I cried in great emotion and said, devil, what I wanted to do against me, you have done. Now I suffer in my head. I who never suffered before. It burns in me like fire what you have done to me. Why is this fight in every single hour at day and night? What you have given to me cast all human beings into hell. Eve just took accountability, y'all. Why do you fight me like this at all hours of the day and night? For what you have given me cast all men into hell. The enemy who has adulterated me does not love me. The serpent hid himself in paradise, and I searched for him in the part of paradise that was entrusted to me to drive him out with great anger. Then I looked for leaves to make a covering for my shame, yet could not find any. At that hour, all the trees had become naked and lost their leaves except one, the fig. Then I took some of its leaves and made a cloth of them and stood beside the tree of life. Yet the serpent, when he had given me the fruit, had persuaded me to give some to your father. So what I wanted to bring out was the fact that he said the enemy who has adulterated me. Why is that? Because even the word of God said, when you go talking to another man and you marry, you commit adultery. You're having that man commit adultery with you because of this crap right here. So I'm not in any way saying that women, you this, that, and the other, this ain't no bashing thing. What I would like for you to do, if you can remove your emotions, is look at the things that Eve is admitting to and look at your behavior. Look at some of the things about yourself and see, can you overcome those things so you can become that righteous woman that the Bible speak about?
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to bring out.
Yeah, because like I said, this show is not about women bashing in any way, shape, or form. However, though, we need to start acknowledging having these hard conversations because I think when we it's our job as men to help our sisters when they are weak, right? And when they are weak in regards of not wanting to acknowledge their shortcomings, not acknowledge that they could, that even when they speak about a situation, when you're dealing with a spouse or ex-boyfriend or ex-lover or ex-something, they are programmed already in their psyche to make that scenario to make them look as a victim or the person in the right and that person was in the wrong. They just programmed that way. And if we acknowledge that that's there, if we could convince women that that's there, they could say, okay, I do that. How can I change that? Then we could start going with solution. We could start operating in a place of growth and not saying you bad, and we keep it there. But we have to acknowledge it. And we have to separate our plight. In other words, if we are addressing something with the women and that they need to fix, let's focus on that. And then we could, before we move on to a different subject, and when I mean focus on it from a perspective, let's acknowledge it, and let's come up with an agreed solution and how to combat it. Then we could go into the next situation, because we could turn into, we could start doing the same thing that women do, because every single time I'm in a room and I'm having conversation about man being the head of the household or polygamous relationship, the room becomes very uncomfortable every single time. And there's sometimes guys are like afraid to talk about this. Well, I don't want to say anything. But the Bible talks about, polygamy, or the Bible talks about man being in charge in the house. And, it becomes a thing that men are unconscious about it, because we're already hearing, oh, you a male chauvinist, or you just want to control women, or you just want to be ruling over women. And we as men, I got to say, yeah, that's what we want. Yes. And we got to be okay with that. Yes. We cannot allow them put a spell on us by us feeling so unconsciously, because just because we're ruling over women doesn't mean we are mistreating them. Just because we are in charge of our household doesn't mean we are ruling with rigor and we are horrible leaders just because we are in charge. There have been good kings and there have been bad kings. There have been good dictators and there have been bad dictators. There have been good presidents and there have been bad presidents. Us acknowledging our God-given right and position in the universe, in this planet, of being in charge of the woman as God has commanded in the Garden of Eden. We should not be ashamed of that. What we should be, and what should we be focusing on, is how do we become more effective leaders, better effective rulers. But we should not be ashamed of that title, rulers, leaders, right? Being in charge. We should not be afraid of saying that. Honey, I love you, but ultimately the buck stops with me. As long as we can accept that, then you're gonna get the best of me. I'll go through a wall for you. When you see me that we are debating about a situation, and you see me, I want to go this way, and I'm shutting it down. I don't need you to continue for the next 3 hours arguing why I'm wrong. We're not doing that. And when men establish that, before you see the woman naked, on the first date, on the second date, and she looks real pretty, she's probably wearing her best dress, her best makeup, and you don't want to screw it up because she's really pretty, that's the time you have to put yourself on guard and say, let me not lie to this woman. Because part of the problem, and I got to be honest here, brothers, is that sometimes, or a lot of the times, we lie to the woman because we wanted tell them what they want to hear.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm a one woman man. I don't want another woman. I don't believe in that. I don't believe that's natural. You're lying to your teeth, brother. You're lying to your teeth. Right? Or you ask about what is your position or what do you believe in the household. I think, men and women got to sit down together and work it out. And it's a 50-50 then, because you want to get in those pants. So half the problem is men, right? Because our weakness is women. That is the strongest on earth besides the truth, right? It's stronger than the king, it's stronger than wine, right? Women is stronger, right? And it's funny how in the Apocrypha in that story, it says that the wine, the king, women is the strongest thing, and what is stronger than the woman is the truth. And what is the number one thing that women want to know from you? Tell me the truth. And you know what the funny thing is, brothers? Half the time they cannot handle the truth.
Mm.
And because we know they cannot handle the truth, what do we do to them?
Tell them lies.
Lie.
Tell them what they want to hear. No, baby. No. It's 50-50. No, I don't want another one. Ever. I would never. Lying through your teeth. And because women are comfortable in a delusional fake world, as long that delusional fake world make them feel good, they'll go with it.
Right.
What he said, it was bull crap, but it made me feel good. I like the way it make you feel. So these are the conversations that I want to have with our young men. Because I think, the demographic that I'm focused on is like between 25 to 35, before they screw up. Because I hate to separate a family, right? I hate to tell a man that you're in a household, you got kids. Some are biological yours, some are not. And now you build a whole family and you realize, oh, snap, Gabar is right. My wife never respects me. I cannot tell another man to leave his family. Now, for the record, I would do that. I'm a jerk that way. I will leave my wife tonight and never see that woman again, because I'm there's something about me. I am cold-blooded that way. It's just the way it is. I don't know the way I built, right? I just cannot be in a situation that, if I'm not in control of it, I cannot be in charge of it. If I'm not, or what have you, right? It's just the way I am. I could leave my family and don't even think twice, because I'm kind of like a jerk that way. With me, and I'm speaking for myself, being a Christian keeps me in check, because if I go on my impulse, I'll be giving the middle finger to the entire world. Don't ask me for crap, bro. I'm selfish in nature. See, but I acknowledge that. You got to acknowledge your shortcomings, your shortcomings. You got to acknowledge who you are. And you got to yeah, go ahead, brother.
The thing is this, right? When you develop that mindset, you get more respect. If you're the one who watching the female doing wrong, and you're always trying to fix it, you're the one getting the most disrespect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And you know what else I also tell people? And you should always, there's another principle. If you ask my advice and I give it to you, and you don't do what I asked you to do, my advice, and you do something else, what you feel is right, and you fall in your face, don't come to me anymore. Unless going forward, we're going to agree that if you're going to waste my time and I'm going to take time out of my busy day to hear your story, hear what's going on, what's wrong, I give you my advice, you don't do my advice, what I warn you what is going to happen actually happened. Now you're back, you're 6 feet under. Well, you were 6 feet under. Now you're 12 feet under because you dig a bigger ditch for yourself. Now you want to come back. Going forward, I said, brother, I can only continue wasting my time and giving you advice if you're going to take my advice, because apparently the way you've been doing it, now you're 12 feet under. Right? So I'm saying that as a situation or a thing that if you're in a space that people are always leaning on you, but also they always have their own agenda. They just, and that's okay too, in the sense of this. If you have your own agenda, you have you believe that what route you want to go, but you're not 100% sure. But so let me ask Gabar, or let me ask his brother, let me ask somebody else. And you hear that person's opinion, and you decided, I think I'm still right. I'm going to go with my opinion. You better be then well sure that your route and the way you're going to approach this problem works, because if it doesn't work and then you come back to me, I'm going to tell you, I told you so. And moving forward, there has to be a conversation about you surrendering control of this situation, because we have now data that you have done it your way, and your way. Now you're 12 feet into the ditch and you're about to go to another 14. Right? So I'm saying that to say this, is that if men are comfortable with their position, even though they may not have all the answers, like I'm going to say this, and I know a lot of leaders do this. Sometimes you may have a pastor or a leader or an elder that a person may ask them a question that they do not know the answer. But because they're the leader, they feel they need to give that person an answer, because that answer or not giving an answer threatens their position. That's another thing you men have to change in regards of your position. If you are a husband, you are a leader ordained by God, whether you are an imbecile or not. That's your position. Whether you have the answer for all questions. You may not have the answer for all questions. You may not be privy in all subjects of life. There may be certain things that your wife is better than you. There's certain things that you have to lean on her because she's more experienced on this particular subject. It does not diminish your God-given position. That makes sense? So I'm giving you guys food for thought, for then you could be comfortable in your skin, and don't be ashamed of being a man, and understand that with that title, that position, being a man, also come automatically God-given leader. Every man is a leader. Every man. Every husband is a leader. Doesn't mean you cannot also be a follower. Right? I could follow men. I've been in position that I have elders above me, and I follow their direction. Right? But understanding that in life, and especially if you're a man and you have a family, you are the leader of that family. Whether you like it or not, whether your wife wants to give you that position or not, that's your position. It's not like you have to fight for it, and and that's how women sometimes psychologically mess with you. Oh, you're not ready to lead. You're not a man yet. You have to work on this, you have to work on that. And they will mess with you psychologically that you're second guessing yourself all the time. That's why men, if you have answers or questions, or you have questions on certain things, you should have your own wolf pack. You should have your own committee, your own Sanhedrin in your life that you could go to. Like, listen, I'm dealing with this problem. How should I resolve it? You should not go to your wife with every other issues. I'm just giving you guys food for thought, right? Because I always tell women, when you get married, you're not that man's partner. You are that man's secretary. You want to work and go up and get promoted to a partner. But when you start a marriage, you're not that man's partner. You are his secretary. And then once you do that job well, he'll promote you to manager. Then once you do that job well, he'll promote you to partner. It's going to be not senior partner, but minor partner, a partner not the same, and just the same. Women want to start a relationship like we're partners. And why do you think they use these words? They want to remove titles like husband and wife, and they want to use words like partner, life partner, all these other non-binary type of words, because they want to promote the position of your God-given position. And you should not be ashamed of it. Yeah, you should not boast. You should not be walking around with your chest out in your house and reminding everybody that you're in charge, right? Because when you constantly have to remind people, that means you're not really in charge. You're trying to convince them that you are. I just want people to be comfortable, especially men, right? To just simply be, yeah, I'm in charge. Yes, I want to be in control of my wife. Yes, I want to be in control. Yes. Why do you date younger women versus older women? Yes, because I could train younger women to shape my woman to be a better wife. How can you say that? You want to shape a woman? Yes. Don't you shape your kids? You got to be comfortable in that environment. That makes sense? You can't be ashamed and let me try to find a word to try to really explain it to be less offensive or less direct. No, you're like, yes, I like to be in a situation. Ultimately, I'm in control.
I mean, that's the reason why the man called the groom.
Right, exactly. Right? And so forth. So, and there's the reason why they use these words. Or you a groomer, right? And yes, those things, you got people that are taking advantage of little kids and they groom them, things of that nature, but you're supposed to groom your wife. This is how I want my house to be run. And you should not be ashamed saying this in the first date. What do you mean? This is the way you want your house to be run? That's offensive. I'm sorry. This is, I'm a Christian. I'm a Bible believer. And if they immediately start getting offended in those words, that's your sign to say that's not the woman for you. Yeah. So I just wanted to, if anybody else has to, add anything else or what have you, but it's going back into the understanding of just understand your environment, understand the nature of women, understand the nature of men. There's certain things I avoid because I understand my nature. I know what I like. I know what's my weakness. I know what's my Achilles heel. So I avoid this. But the only way to know and to avoid it, you must be self-aware. And that is a problem for women. Women do not like to be self-aware of their shortcomings. They don't like to say that out loud, and especially say that to their husbands. They have a problem acknowledging that or being in a scenario that they are confiding in their husband and saying, I have problem with accountability. I got to work on that. And if women begin to start doing that, if that's something that women begin to saying, you know what, these guys are right. I think these guys are better in examining what's wrong with women. And the Bible has the answer to establish what's wrong with women. And we need to acknowledge it and make it better. We could change the world, but we have to stay firm in our belief. We have to stay firm in our belief. So what else, Brother Ricky, do you hear? What do you see out there? What people are saying in regards of this subject matter? I says Ephraimite movement better have the food and on the table, us Judas be cooking for our women. Okay, I don't understand what that means.
I don't know
women.
either. That was
Yeah.
accident when I hit that.
Yeah, so maybe elaborate what that means, because
No, what he's saying, Gabar, is the Ephraimite women's cook the men food, their husband food, but the Judite brothers be cooking for the female.
Okay, so they'll cook for and this is going back to this is going back to this is all going back to culture, right? Because why are Latina women like that, right? Now, first of all, not all, because you have Americanized women, Latina women that lose that culture scenario, right? In the third or fourth generation. Like, for instance, my wife and I made it an effort to teach our daughter how to cook, right? I remember when Rebecca was cooking for me for the first time, and she didn't know was it right or what, and she was ashamed or embarrassed or afraid, and she gave me the food real quick, and she ran to the room because she didn't want to know whether if the food was not great, but my reaction, right? But we had to go through those growing pains, right? And I had to eat. And I was like, baby, what is this? What's going on? This is, or this could be a little better. Or I had to sit her down, say, it was good, but you could work on this, do it again, or what have you. And it was hard for her as a little girl being corrected or schooled by her father about her cooking. Right? I'm pretty sure it wasn't easy for her, right? Whatever, she was 13, 14, whatever age she was, it wasn't easy for her, right? I don't know how to cook. I could probably boil an egg or something like that, right? But I'm criticizing her, or I'm giving her because I do not even know how to even help her how to cook it better. That would be my wife's department, right? Teaching her, right? But I remember like it was yesterday when I was speaking to my daughter that she was uncomfortable because I was telling her, you could do this better, or this was not good, or you overcooked this, or this is too salty or not salty enough, or what have you. But once she got over that fear, my daughter's a great cook now. I mean, I love to eat a food. She knows how to cook. She knows she doesn't. She's, it's pleasure there. In cooking and things of that nature. So I know that when she gets married and she's going to that chapter in her life, that she have those skills and things of that nature, right? But most Hispanic couples around my age, I know how to speak Spanish. Yo sé hablar español. But I speak less Spanish every day, right? I speak Spanish with my mother because that's all. Well, she knows how to speak English, but Spanish is her first language. My daughter knows how to speak less Spanish than me, right? So I'm using that as a scenario that it's not that Latina women are better than Black women because it's built in their DNA. No, it's all culturally. I know some Latina women that don't know how to cook because they were never taught, and they don't know how to speak Spanish. They don't know how to cook. They are Americanized. It has nothing to do with the DNA, right? In the same way with Asia, Asian women, women from Thailand, the Philippines, they're very humble and they're very family orientated. But why is that? Is it something different about their DNA than from women from the West? No, it's culture. Culture is very important in where you raise your children. Because, I think I did a decent job with my daughter, but it would have been easier if we grew up in a different environment. We're still in New York City, in the Bronx, major city. There's temptations, right? And it makes it a little harder. So the environment does matter and where you raise your children. And culture does matter. And I think we have the power now, more now than ever before in history, to create our own community, our own culture. I think that's what we have to start aiming at, building your own community, building your own, what you call it, your own safe refuge when things hit the floor, right? Because it's important. Brother Rick, anything else somebody want to bring out? I can fully blame the daughters of Zion completely because these cause fall DOV because we went in our captivity. Yes, yeah. I mean, it's all cause and effect, but ultimately, just because something that happened to you was not your fault, it doesn't change the fact that it still affects you, and it is only you that could change that.
And let me say something on this, Elder, right?
Yes, sir.
Put it back on it. I want you to keep that comment up there, right?
Brother Rick, I think you put that comment up there, right?
Yes, up there.
Which can you put it back up? I don't see it. Let me see what I.
Yeah, it's there. It's there now. It's there.
Is it? Okay, there we go.
Right. Anytime you hear someone say we can't fully blame the daughter of Zion completely, right? We are not blaming the daughter of Zion. What we are doing is this. We're going back to what happened with Adam and Eve, right? With that First Timothy, where it says the woman was in the transgression.
Yeah.
In order for us to actually fix our problems we are having right now, we must go all the way back to Genesis, what happened with Adam and Eve. The Bible says she was in the transgression. And majority of the problem we are facing now, it's not really men cause. I would say men is causing it, yes. But when the woman start to go off like what we are seeing like this now, it's very bad for, the nation. So we must first fix ourselves, right? And most of the time, you're in a home with a female. The female is the one who always causes the problem, majority of the time. I'm not saying all the time, but majority of the time, you're trying to fix the female because she's emotional, right? Then we're always going back to the sin of Eve. Okay, I am married. I'm married for about like 9 years now. And it's not easy. And I have 3 kids, right? I have two of them living in the house now with my wife, right? Most of the time, I'm the one saying, okay, let's read the Bible. Let us teach the kids. Let's pray, right? And I have to be constantly doing that. So I understand. Not that we are blaming the female, but we see that the devil is using the female more to throw off the men.
Yeah, absolutely. And blaming. Okay, so it's acknowledging, right? We first have to acknowledge, because I think if we could, going back to using their weapon against them, and they use words, right, to make you unconscious about saying certain things. So let's change certain words from the word blaming to self-awareness. Are you self-aware of your shortcomings? Right? And maybe we have to start playing that game and that the devil is playing with using these spells, right? Righteous manipulation. Let's change the words. Let's change the word from blaming to self-examination, right? Rather than pointing out the problem, hey, I got a solution to this problem. So if you're starting with a positivity, right? Because I do believe that there is a school, a academy that needs to be erected to educate men how men communicate versus women. And sometimes being a good leader is not only dictating and bringing strict rules in the household. Sometimes is examining your staff. Like, you are a boss. You got, I'm using a company scenario. in China, and I believe in Japan, I think they do this too, that when they deal with corporations or companies or warehouse or dealing with a large staff, they first examine how could this staff member be more effective, productive. And they focus on the shape of the table, the length of this particular device versus that device, how many steps he has to take to reach this particular situation. So we could put this particular machine or this tool closer, more hand reachable to that person. It will save 3 seconds. And if you calculate that in a year, we're saving, 3-4 hours of work just because we put this device from 10 feet away to 3 feet away or whatever. They analyze and try to make the worker more efficient before they implement any rules. So I'm saying that to say this is that as men, we have to analyze and examine our staff. And who is our staff in our home is our wife and children, who's under our household. And we have to sometimes study them, how they operate, how they function, how can they be more efficient. Let me help them to help me. How can they be more efficient? How can I help them in their position versus that demanding, you got to come up with a report at 2:00 in the morning or 8:00. I want this thing done, right? And that sometimes works, and I get that. But sometimes it's examining your environment and the people that are depending on you, how their mind works to best move them. And just going back to what I was saying earlier about using your words, because the powers that be, they come up with these words. Conspiracy theory, that's a CIA word that they came up with. And they came up with these words to discredit somebody, or if somebody is investigating the government or the powers that be, and they are coming up with a possible culprit. Oh, he's being a conspiracy theory. You're a conspiracy theorist. If somebody questioned the vaccine, or you're a vax denier, right? They come up, they have round table discussions and experts and say, how can we verbalize a word that we could combat the talking points of the right, of the left? That's what they do. So the question I'm asking, why are we not doing that? Why are we not using their weapon against them, right? Because we can all see now, right, when certain words come into fashion. Oh, you gaslighting me. No one was using that word 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
Right.
Right? You probably heard about the word. You probably heard the word, but it was not in circulation the way it is now. You gaslighting me. What else? You fat shaming me. You know, all these words. Oh, we can't use husband and wife anymore. We got to use partner. It's right? These things do not happen by accident. They are programming the masses to think a certain kind of way. Why? Because words are spells. So okay, we have this information. Yeah, you're right, Gabar. How can we use this information for good? Right? So that's what I'm saying. Let's start.
And, most of the time, Elder, of the time, right? The person who always said, you're gaslighting me, is the one who's doing the wrong. Right? They are the one who always says, you're gaslighting me. If you're a man of principle and, you need a wife and you decide, okay, I'm not going to sleep with any and every female. I want a female who respect God, wants to follow his last statutes and commandments. So before, I try to, sleep with any female, I'm going to go to their parents. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to have dialogue. Right? Now, when you go to have dialogue, you speak the truth. Thus state the laws. Okay? This is the female that I'm looking for. This is what I'm into. You're going to be my wife. You're going to have to be a helpmeet. You know how many homes you will have to go through? You might not even find one if you're going to display this principle. You will find yourself in big problem, right? Because the culture that we are in now is not ready to accept the scripture, right? They are not ready to accept it. So you're going to find yourself in some big problem. And these are the people saying, okay, you are gaslighting, because the most of the time you bring up the Most High principle, this is the response you get. Any man out there now who hold this book, the Bible, right? When it comes to principle as the, the moral high ground, you are the one who's going to have problem.
Right. Yeah. 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 Absolutely. 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 Well, I want to thank you, brothers, for sharing your wisdom and your experience. I think we got a lot done today. I think we got a lot to cover, and I want this show to be about solutions, about bringing better ideas to the table, specifically to help young men navigate through these obstacles in life, relationship, money, spirituality, friendship, because I think there's nothing out there for men, right? And yes, there's a lot of red pill, Andrew Tate of the world, yada, 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 and so for someone. But I think there needs to be a Christian base, a biblical base concept for men could go to and say, you know what, how can I fix this with my wife? How can I fix this with my family? What is your point of view on Adam and Eve, and were they the first men or and women? What's your view? And then it is okay to disagree, right? We have to be show the world how can blacks and Latinos be in the same room, still love each other and care for each other and support one another, not agreeing with every single thing biblically, right? And especially things that are not based on like salvation, right? I don't know if Adam was the first man. I think he could be, but sometimes I wake up and it's like, maybe this doesn't make any sense. Maybe they were, maybe what about, there's a lot of conversation that I have with myself about certain things, right? The calendar, the name of the Most High. Was Adam and Eve was the first person? How can Noah bring all animals into the ark and so forth? Was it all kinds of dogs, or was it only the wolf? And then the wolf produced all the different dogs later. These questions the Bible don't give all the time. There's certain things, there's certain gray areas, from blind spots. So we have to just be approach it from a perspective of being humble, right? And understand what is important, right? If you believe Christ is not the Messiah, I can't even wish you Godspeed according to the scriptures. So you can't even do that, right? I want to pray for you, but we can't walk. We cannot be in the same, in the same team, so to speak, right? And that's okay. You're still a brother. I love you. Okay, I want the best for you. I don't want you to die. I want to pray for you, but there's certain things that we cannot function. But there's plenty of other things that we cannot agree on, that we could not agree and still work together. That's what I'm trying to say, right? Is Isaiah 3 still in effect today? Do we see the offshoot of this within our daughters? Yes. However, though, you're not defined by prophecy. You're not defined by curses. You're not defined by any of those things. You still have a choice to choose life or death. With the curses also came a choice, because the whole concept was, if you obey my commandments, you should be blessed. So if you don't want the curses, obey God's commandments. And if you still are suffering from these curses, after you kept the commandments, understand that Christ says you must endure unto the very end. And the same will be saved. So I think it's one of these things that we have to take these things from the perspective that we're not going to have all the answers until the end. And we have to give each other a break and have a little grace with our women and our men, but acknowledge what is our shortcomings. And I think today we acknowledge that with women, their shortcoming is because they are the weaker sex and they get easily tempted, they have to put themselves in a position or remove themselves from a position that they are being tempted, right? They have to protect themselves. They have to protect themselves. How much do they communicate with other men and sit down with other men and get that other man's energy that Satan could use that to commit adultery, right? And you end up, you're in a situation now, you're sleeping with another man's wife because I don't know how it happened, elder. It just started innocently. And it always starts innocently, very innocently. Right? So I got a note here. It says, how can I join Man Going God's Way? Elder, I recently left due to see Vegas body. There's an email, M.G.G.W@gmail.com at the M.G.G.W144 gmail.com. Send us an email, we could talk, and then we could chop it off from there, and I'll tell you what will be the next step. So send us an email. Brothers, any last words you want to say before we end the show? Anything you forgot to bring out, or you cover everything you guys wanted to cover?
All I gotta say is, brothers, young brothers, wake up. There's a lot of things you ain't been taught and learned. I ask that you get around brothers who are learned. Get around brothers who are on doing good things, not stuff that's gonna get you in trouble, in jail, killed, whatever. Start a prayer life. Learn about the Most High if you don't know about him. Okay, that's just what's going to get you the hedge of protection that you need. And that's going to help grow you as the man you need to become far as for the Most High. And for the women, for the young sisters, I ask that you stop listening to the older sisters. Most of them ain't going to teach you anything good. Now, if she's not in the truth and she's not living it, don't listen to her. Brothers who, like Elder Gabar, the other brother, who's a leader of a congregation, they'll lead you the right way and they'll tell you how to do things. So it's all about learning. But if you're not willing to say, hey, I'm messed up, hey, I was brought up the wrong way, hey, there's a lot of fallacy about me. If you're not willing to admit where you are wrong, you're not going to be able to succeed in anything in life. You asking for people to tell you the truth, but you won't tell the truth on yourself. It don't work that way. So the only thing I look for is for us to break down, because in order to grow, we're going to have these difficult conversations about things that really, pierce at you. But also realize if you are very reluctant to talk about something that's not beneficial to you, that's most likely Satan guarding you or using yourself as a weapon against yourself so you don't get on the good foot with the Most High. So when we speak of these things, it's not of hate. It has nothing to do with bashing. It has nothing to do with putting you down. It has nothing to do with any of that negativity stuff. It has everything to do with the fact that if a man don't love you, you'll know it. He ain't gonna talk to you. He ain't gonna give you no information. He ain't gonna tell you nothing. He gonna treat you like you don't exist. When men are trying to break things down to you, they're trying to get you to see other things. They're bringing information so you can see the outlook of different stuff. Those are men that care. And they're trying to bring you up, not tear you down. I pray that y'all are able to see that at some point. God bless you.
Well, thank you, brother Ricky, brother Ibar. Anything else you want to add before we end the show?
Yes, sir. I have come to the conclusion that, once you accept the biblical principle, then in this world where it's very evil, it's going to be hard for you. So whether home or death, we love it. Yeah, man.
Well, thank you, brothers. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I appreciate you guys for your support coming on the show. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. Also, I just want to give a shout out. Wait a minute here to the brother Taurus Morgan. He gave a super chat. Shout out. Thank you, brother, for your support. I appreciate you. appreciate all the support. I appreciate everybody who comes in and agreed and disagreed, because it's important to know, right? So I want to give everybody a round of applause for all the support. And ideas, and it's, you know, you guys encourage me, right? The emails, the questions, the disagreements, all of it is things that it motivates me to continue doing the show, right? Anybody who has a podcast, especially when you're doing it by yourself and you have no support, and you guys do support me, those Brother Ricky and others and so forth, so on. But ultimately, it's all on you. It gets difficult, and I want to thank you guys for even care about these subjects, right? And partaking and helping this particular podcast, because these conversations need to be had. Is uncomfortable conversations. Is, you know, these band-aids have to be removed. It's going to hurt in the beginning, but eventually it's going to get better. You got to air that wound out, right? And sisters, we're not here to bash you. We're not here to deflect blame from us, because ultimately it's our fault and our responsibility to fix it better. But you have to allow us to fix it, right? You have to allow us. You have to just take a back seat and allow us to make it better. You have to trust in the Most High, right? Like in the Bible says that, like, even Sarah called Abraham Lord, and was not afraid, was not amazed, right? But had faith, right? You guys panic a little more than men. That's okay. We're here to help you. We're not here to hurt you. We love you. But correction is also part of love. And we just corrected. You are privy to fall when you get temptation in front of you, certain temptation, power, money, glory, all those things, being desire is something that women struggle with, right? Wanting to be desired by someone, want to be looked, noticed, acknowledged, right? Those things can become your Achilles heel. It can become your kryptonite. It become your temptation, right? Just acknowledge them. That there's nothing wrong by wanting to be acknowledged and appreciated, right? I appreciate my wife. Thank you, baby. Appreciate you. Wasn't for you, I that's important to appreciate what you have, right? But it could turn into something dark, right? And that same feeling, right? If a woman puts a nice picture on social media and she gets compliments, it kicks her endorphins, and then she will get addicted to that. That's what I'm saying. And it comes from the same situation. The same endorphin kicks in when a husband gives her a compliment, or a stranger gives her a compliment. She doesn't know the difference. The body doesn't know the difference. It responds the same way. Right? So just self-aware, self-acknowledging. Acknowledgement is important. So until the next time, may the Most High keep you and watch you. Remember, Christ is King.